Last time, you guys managed to teleport yourselves onto the archipelago that makes up the Athenaeum of the Far Realms, finding yourselves on a rather desolate-looking beach with lots of large bones, skeletal creatures that had died and rotted away in the sun. You spent the night on the beach recovering from your journey when you were set upon by the Aurora, and you ended up having a brief little fight with it, and then you blew it up. In the morning, a group of acolytes had come across you, luckily trying to find out why the Aurora had blown up last night.
Oops.
And one of you decided to tell them that you were from the future. And so they asked you to come with them to speak with the council. And they teleported you to a pillared hall. You could hear seagulls off in the distance, the sun shining. And he led you into a large hallway, the end of which was a huge pair of bronze doors with a geared time mechanism and a clock over it with big counterweights. And, from the timing on the door, the clock looks like it is counting down days. So it's like, you got like 32, it's just counting all the way down. And it looks like it's, set to reach 0 in like 3 days. And then he didn't lead you to that door. He led you to a little side door, which was a large chamber, sunlight coming in through the top of this dome, and 7 figures in a semicircle facing you in shadow. And as you entered the chamber, which you had to do alone, the acolytes would not follow you, and stepped into the central part of this chamber, you were welcomed by a female voice. So, you claim to be from the future.
The very close future.
Oh? And what news do you bring us then?
So there's a fungal demon prince by the name of Zugmoy that's supposed to arrive here in about a month. Eyeballing it.
You hear a male voice speak up. And what exactly are you asking us to do about that? Why bring this to us?
We didn't bring it to you. We were brought to you.
Yeah, we were told to come here and speak with you.
I have a question.
So I figured honesty.
What is the countdown for?
Oh, yes, you passed the monthly doors on your way here. Those doors are opened once a month to allow the exchange of scholars.
Where do those doors go to? The scholars' chambers?
Indeed. The way this Athenaeum works is there are... A person applies to become a scholar, and therefore becomes an acolyte. They apply for a period of time in which to study and perfect whatever mechanism they're studying, usually magic in nature. And once they are beyond the doors are sealed for a set period of time and are not opened to allow either egress or exit. The shortest period of time is a month. Those doors open once every 32 days.
Okay, out of character, I want to see what's behind them doors, but...
I imagine it's for entering into the interior of the country. Also, is a month 32 days in this world?
Yes, 4 weeks of 8 days.
I did not know that.
Yeah. The calendar is 8 months long. Each month is 32 days. So there are 256 days in a year.
By any chance, do we have 8 fingers in this world? Is that why it's like this? Actually, you know what? Don't answer. I'm going to choose to believe that now.
Okay.
Everyone in this world has 8 fingers.
The progenitors of this race had 8 fingers.
I'm more confused why we say 4 weeks and 8 days when we could just say, 5 weeks and a day.
No, 4 weeks of 8 days. A week is 8 days. In this world.
4 weeks of 8. Okay. What were we saying with the scary council of people?
Well, they asked us why we came here, and then I corrected them that we didn't choose to come here. We were brought here.
Yes.
You were brought here. Who sent you?
Your acolytes. We were on our merry way to go make our preparations for killing that thing when it shows up, and then they showed up and brought us here.
I think you misunderstand. I'm not asking why you're here in this chamber. We know why you're here in this chamber. We're asking what has brought you to our shores. You said you were to come to slay this demon that will show up in a month, and that sounds bad. Why is there a demon showing up here on our shores in a month?
Oh.
We have been fooling
travel.
with powers beyond our ken and have made some mistakes, and we are here to rectify those mistakes.
Yes, I dabbled with some magic without knowing 50% of it. Flung us across time and space to a distant land. Fiddled with that again in an act of desperation, and unintentionally sent a demon prince here.
Why here?
He didn't do it on purpose.
I don't know. Like I said, magic I didn't have all the information for at the time.
Which is why we would love to look at your scholars' chambers.
Maybe you would. I want to get out of here and start training so I can beat that thing up when it shows up.
I want to learn more about it and this magic that our wizard has learned, so we don't make these mistakes again.
I mean, I think part of the reason the mistakes happened was because I was tampering with the spell without all the spell's knowledge.
Again, we can stay here and learn.
That's true.
Well, we have all the spell's knowledge now. You know how to use it.
Yes, I do.
But you're the wizard, though, right? Right.
Uh-huh. Yes, I am a wizard. With a spell, which I want to avoid using as much as possible.
Anyway, why don't you just let us go deal with this before it becomes a problem, and then we won't have to worry about it.
Because if it is truly a demon prince, it is quite a big problem. Do you require any aid from us?
Well, we already killed it once, assuming it's not going to get stronger when it gets here, which it shouldn't.
I mean,
next time it won't know it's coming, so it won't be prepared.
I mean, let's not look a gift horse in the mouth. I mean,
but any assistance you can offer will be helpful.
It would make it more of a sure thing.
Indeed, the one of the times that we came from in the future, about a month and a half from now, Zugmoy had overrun basically the entire world.
Yeah, the future we came from is the one where this demon prince takes over the world, and I don't recall you being in it.
This old, craggly female speaks up. So what you're saying is you've come to change the future, because in the future this world was lost to us again.
That's right.
The future or the past? I'm
Why-
honestly not sure how causality works if we undid our own selves in a different world.
It's not really future or past. We came here from another world anyway. It's just another time.
Yes.
Although I guess it's after.
But there are certain acolytes who are waiting for the sentry gates to open, and they have made a certain study of demonology. Surely they would be helpful to you.
I guess if they want to meet a demon prince in person.
Oh, I'm sure they would relish the opportunity to, though I believe your intentions are far less academic.
I mean, I'm more than willing to study the effects of disintegrate on a demon lord.
I wish to purge it into the holy fires of truth.
I would consider my intentions to be entirely academic. Although I'd like to take the deconstructive approach in my research.
Mine is I would love to learn more about the demon lord. Knowledge in general.
I'm not sure we're going to want to keep samples of Zugmoy, though. You know, evil demon fungus. Kind of infests everything. I mean, it was hard enough just to purge our own stuff before we came back.
True.
Oh yeah, that's true. We should mention anybody who's exposed to this thing runs the risk of becoming a conduit for it. It has the ability to control people.
Fungal spores burrowing into bodies, puppeting them that way, that sort of thing.
That is truly disturbing. But it seems that your intentions are truthful and honorable. I see no reason to bar your entry here into the Athenaeum, however unconventional your arrival may have been. In the future, we would ask that you do teleport yourselves to the city of Taurosis. That is the official entry point here.
What would that teleportation circle's coordinates be? We actually got to that bone-covered shore because I may have been a little off with the targeting.
Yeah, we only had a month, so we didn't have time for an overland journey.
Indeed. Well, the runes can be provided to you. One of the acolytes can see to that when you leave this chamber, just to avoid any complications in the future.
Avoiding complications is always good.
Well,
Also,
I'll tell
I
you
am
if you-
curious, if you know, is this Zugmoy, is he arriving here at the Athenaeum or in Taurosis?
We were just about to ask you that. I was going to say, if you really want to help us, you could give us access to some maps in place so we can pin down exactly where they're going to emerge.
So, that I'm a little unclear on. The image we saw was of Zugmoy on the shore near Underdark. What was the city again?
Taurosis?
Near Taurosis. Although I'm not entirely certain if that is the point she arrived or the point she began spreading the spores into the ocean.
Well, if there was a shoreline, then at least we know it wasn't at the Athenaeum. We are fairly deep inland here.
Well, maybe some of your magic-y people could help us out with that. I know there are ways to find people.
Who are you looking for?
Zugdemar. I'm sure there's some magical way to find out if she's arrived yet.
I thought you were saying she wasn't going to show up for another month.
That's correct, but when she shows up, maybe you could find her. I didn't mean now, I just mean in the future.
The woman speaks up, somewhat confused sounding. I thought you'd said that you had a vision of where she showed up, and that it was by Taurosis.
Yes.
So what do you need our help with locating her for? You know where she's going to be.
Well, he's seen the location. He doesn't know exactly where it is.
I don't know. I don't know that vision's chronological point. That could be her after arriving at the shore, or that could be where she arrived or where she went after arriving. I don't know precisely.
Yeah, what we know in exact terms is that she'll appear sometime within the next month, somewhere on this continent.
I mean, we have a pretty good area narrowed down.
Yeah, somewhere in this area.
Around Taurosis. Under, would I be able to describe in detail the perspective I saw?
Make an intelligence check to attempt that. Yeah, you give a fairly accurate description of, the beach that they were on, the rocky shore, the walls of Taurosis off in the distance. I see. Well, from what you described, you were maybe a dozen miles west of Taurosis, just on the shoreline there. Should be fairly easy to find. The terrain there is fairly distinct.
Excellent.
All right. Well, I think the plan was to just go out there and sit around until she shows up.
Indeed. Well, I see no reason to keep the council convened then. You are, of course, free to go. We would recommend you speak with the acolytes, though you are, of course, under no obligation to do so.
I don't see any reason to stop them from coming along as long as they don't do anything stupid like try to make a pact with it.
You said it's demon, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Demon Prince.
Yeah, I don't think you need to worry about that.
All right.
If I may ask, why do you guys go with the shadowy council pillar of light in the middle of the room?
Because we only are able to actually convene the council once every few weeks or so, and it entertains us this way.
Insight check.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, what do you expect, Arcturus? They're all wizards. They're other magic people. They're big into the theatrics.
Lucky.
Okay.
$23.
He sounds like he's being glib, not really giving you a real answer there.
All right. And just in case it's relevant, does Mind Blank and that list of mind-altering immunities reveal anything?
No.
Okay. Just check and make sure there's not some kind of weird ambient effect,
I'll tell you why they do it, Arcturus. It's because they're a bunch of nerds. No offense to any of them, obviously, but if they want people to take them seriously, they gotta, do all this circumstance and theatrics, pillars of light and all that.
It puts applicants for entry here in the proper frame of mind for requesting entry.
Yeah, see, they get what I'm talking about.
Well, all right then. I guess we'll just go then.
As you wish. There's a acolyte outside the door. He can show you to the rune stones for the teleportations.
Thank you for your time.
Of course.
Have a nice month. And Arcturus is going to start shuffling out of the room.
Yeah, and as you guys are leaving, you hear one of the guys turn to one of the other shadows. So, who wants to do lunch?
Just to be clear, we saw a bunch of shadowy figures in there, right?
Yes, you saw 7 figures that were seated behind like the semicircular desk, and then various of them spoke. Like you heard different voice from different locations, and they had different. Some of them were male, some were female, different pitches, different vocalizations. All 7 of them at one point talked to you.
Mm-hmm. I know I'm not there anymore, but do I think that was real, or could that have been an illusion?
It could have been either or.
Well,
there are illusions.
I'd like to make the check, even though I'm not there anymore. I'd like to make the check in post. If it is an illusion.
I mean, sure. Go ahead and make a perception check. Given the poor lighting, it is not. You don't know. Like you don't know conclusively either way. They could have been illusions. They could have been real. It could have been one guy just using some illusion magic to make it look like he's a whole council, and really it's one guy.
Or they could all be Illithid.
All right. Well, I'm pretty sure that I don't know for sure.
Or the actual council's 23 people, and the rest were just invisible. Unfortunately, just because they were in shadow, you didn't actually see any of their faces. You just heard their voices. It's real hard to be conclusive about, yes, they were illusions, or no, they were not.
Well, the point is that there isn't enough information there visually to even tell if they're real or not, which I think is the point.
Correct. You can easily tell that, if they were attempting to conceal illusory stuff, that is one reason why you would conduct a meeting in that dramatic fashion.
Well, they're either trying to conceal their identities, or something not real is going on there. But whatever, it's none of my business.
Almost like they could be a colony of Illithid.
No, I think it might just be one guy.
One guy in his mom's basement, and all he's doing is just running this entire Athenaeum. It's all just illusory people.
No, it's like there is an actual council somewhere else, but they're too busy to see the stuff like this, so they just have an intern who pretends to be all of them at once.
The all-powerful intern.
You do notice that this wasn't like some like big ostentatious lead up here. It was just like an annex in a hallway.
Yeah, see, that's what tipped me off. I think we just it's their social media account. It's just run by one college student.
You know what? I'd like to peek back into the room really quick. Actually, no, hold on. We're outside the room, right?
Yeah, you guys walked out into the hall and we're all talking
No,
about this.
don't attract suspicion.
I'd like to cast True Seeing.
Okay.
I'd like to peek back into the room.
Okay. The room is empty, except for some guy with a mop, currently mopping the floor where you guys had stood. He looks up when you open the door. Oh, hey! Did you need the room? I'm just cleaning up. I'll be done in a minute.
Wait, why are you mopping the floor?
I always mop the floor after a council meeting.
Especially after a council meeting where someone wears muddy boots.
It's procedure.
I'd like to open up the door more fully and kind of like step in.
Okay.
How'd you... Wait, did this guy like walk in after we left?
No, you can see with true sight that there's another door on the other side behind where the council was sitting. It was
How'd
hidden
you
in
get
shadow
in
before.
here?
Points at the door. I came in through the door. The employee's entrance. Wouldn't do for the applicants to see the council entering the room from the same hallway.
That would be weird. This door itself, is it like on the wall where covered by an illusion, or is like the entire council chamber mostly illusory?
The darkness is illusory. The light is not. Actually, it is an actual skylight. The darkness was illusory, though, as was the far wall, which was concealing this door. Like if you were looking at this door, you entered from the east, which is into this round room. There's a semicircular desk, along the west half of the circular, with these 7 seats. And then on the west wall, opposite the door you entered from, part of that curved wall was illusory, and it concealed another door, which just looks to be a plain wooden door.
All right, and this guy gestures to an illusion that I still know is there, right?
Yes.
I can see through it.
Uh-huh.
I'd like to insight check this old man Sweepy.
Okay. He strikes you as a bit simple-minded. But otherwise honest.
Like, when we say simple-minded, are we talking like, simple man trying to make his way in the universe type of thing?
Yeah. Like imagine you're in a city of geniuses, and you're born with a below-average intellect. What else are you going to do but mop the floors?
He's using water?
It would look to be like a watery, soapy substance, yes.
What's the floor made out of?
It appears to be made out of polished stone. Same as the hallway that you guys walked up in. Like granite, if you want to be specific.
All right. Wait, did he say his name?
He did not.
I'll ask him his name. You know what? Is it possible to just kind of make general conversation with him?
Yes.
Get the measure of the man and the place.
Yeah.
Oh, what's his name? Leonard?
Oh, my name's not Leonard. It's Thersiandros.
Well, pleasure to meet you, Thersiandros. I'm Arcturus.
Yeah. Nice to meet you, too. Is there a reason you're all watching me mop the floor? Like, no offense or anything, but it is kind of creepy.
Oh, I'm not here. I didn't follow him in.
Oh, okay, so he's all alone? Well, then he wouldn't say all. He'd be like, is there a reason you're watching me mop the floor? It's kind of creepy,
Oh, honestly, you're the first custodian I've I've seen in like a really long time. It kind of threw me for a loop with all the wizards. You'd think they learn how to clean up their own mess, but I guess not.
Oh, they know how to clean up their own mess. They prefer not to.
Huh.
Not that I can't say I mind too much. They pay me to keep the floors clean, and I'm more than happy to take their gold to do so.
Well, if it works, it works. I'll bid you adieu. Have a good day.
I have no idea what a judo is, but have a good day.
And Arcturus going to shuffle out of the room.
Uh-huh.
Do I have muddy boots?
I imagine we all do. We got teleported here straight from the beach. We probably tracked sand in there.
Well, if you recall, it was a rocky beach, so they're dirty, but they're not like caked in mud and sand.
Right. Maybe just caked in like silt that washes up.
Yeah.
Am I leaving a trail on the floor as I do this?
Slightly.
Might be wet.
Oh, all right. In that case, as I kind of sidestep out of the room, I'm just going to prestidigitate my footsteps clean.
All right. Yeah, so you step out of the room, you prestidigitate your footsteps clean, and this acolyte just kind of coughs next to the door. Don't do that. We get yelled at. Apparently the custodial union here is real strong.
Just prestidigitate the dirt back.
I would look at the acolyte. I'd be like, should I tarnish the ground? Add more dirt?
Let's just pretend it never happened. I'm okay with that. I mean, I didn't see anything. Did you guys see anything? He looks around like, I don't see any union guys, so I think we're good.
Glush just puts one hand up over his eyes to shade them from the sun and glances around.
How worried about this union does he look?
Not terribly. He's looking more like he doesn't want to deal with this.
The last thing he wants is some union guy tearing him a new asshole.
Yeah, pretty much. Like you get the idea that these acolytes are they're the lowest rung on the ladder, so all that shit just flows downhill.
Oof. I will keep that in mind. Never clean up my own mess.
But the acolyte just kind of claps him. He's like, all right, so finished your business with the council. I see you have not, in fact, been summarily disintegrated, so that's good. I was kind of assigned to, basically be your liaison here. What do you need?
Runes for the teleportation circle.
Oh, well, we need more stuff besides that.
Oh, well, yeah, but first things first. Let's have a way to arrive here without, appearing on the spooky shore with a mean aurora.
Yeah, you go get that. I want to get some other stuff.
All right, well, those runes we have displayed next to the actual teleportation circle that we arrived at. So this way.
Alrighty.
He starts walking you towards outside. Goulash, are you not going with him?
We only have the one liaison, so I'll wait until they're done with that.
Right, are you waiting there, or are you just walking with them?
No, I'm coming with them.
Okay. Yeah, so he walks you back out that little annex to the big, timed doors out to the atrium, and you can see that these this pillared hall kind of opens up to a larger round area. Beyond the pillars, you can see that it looks like that you're actually situated on a cliff, and overlooking it, you can see that you're looking out to the north, and you can see rolling hills, and beyond that, a forest. You can hear seagulls. You don't smell the salt air of the ocean, though, this far inland. Though you do hear, like I said, though you do see seagulls. And on the floor, where you guys arrived, he points out, rather nicely inlaid with gold and other artistic bits and bobs on it, but essentially a teleportation circle on the ground. He says, well, this is the teleportation circle that you guys arrived in. And then he points up at the ceiling. He says, and those are, on the ceiling there, those are the runes for the teleportation circle for the official arrival point in Taurosis.
So there's 2 different circles?
Well, there's the one here, which is at the Athenaeum, and the one in Taurosis. You know, it's. I think it's meant as a test. Like, you know, do you actually like travel on the Master's Way south of Taurosis to here, or do you just teleport over? Like, are you smart enough to teleport, powerful enough to teleport, or do you have to walk?
Ah. I'm gonna record both.
Okay. So
wait, when you say smart enough to teleport, do you mean like intelligent enough to cast the spell, or smart enough as in the wilderness around here is fucking scary?
Oh no, the wilderness around here is fine. But I think we got some deer in the forest. I haven't really seen much in the way of monsters or whatnot. The council frowns upon releasing inhuman monsters between here and Taurosis. There's other parts of the island dedicated for the monster research.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it would be bad publicity if you know, some important visitor from, you know, like Havia or something visited and got mauled to death on the way to visit us. That looked bad.
That would look very bad.
It's hard to run an academic institution when, you know, your potential applicants are all getting killed on the way in. I just think they use it as a way to pre-filter people. You know, if you can teleport, then you're probably going to go further than somebody who doesn't. At least at the beginning.
Makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, for your records, the circle at Taurosis is... Actually, here, I'll just type these up.
Alright. Neat. Oh, is this one of the acolytes we met earlier?
Yes, it was one of the guys in the group that had met you on the beach.
So I guess 2 questions. What was that aurora? And how often do you guys meet people from the future and the past?
The aurora was the result of a magical experiment. We weren't expecting anyone on that beach, so we're running it there. Sorry about that. It's actually, you're the first people from the future I've ever met. But, they make us memorize this big book of rules, and it says if you meet someone from the future, you have to, bring them to see the council.
Wait, big book of rules? You,
Metaphorical.
Ah. Dang, I was hoping you guys actually had like a shop where I could pick one of those up.
Well, I'm sure they have a place where you can pick some other stuff up. These guys have to deal with all kinds of, magic, monsters, dangerous stuff like that. I'm willing to bet they have some kind of, masks for keeping out, dangerous toxic things, like evil mushroom spores that take over your brain.
Wait, you have mushroom spores that take over your brain?
We're about to in about a month.
What?
Well, there's a demon prince coming here from the future in a month, and they have evil mushroom spores that take over your brain. So far, we've been.
There's a
building them
demon
off by
prince
just
coming here?
Sorry, what now?
He exclaimed. There is a demon prince coming here?
Hey, keep it on the down low, man. Cause panic.
We're. God damn it, Goulash.
Yeah, I told you we were from the future. Why do you think we came back here? The world's gonna end if we don't kill that thing. That's what we were talking to the council about.
Or Goulash, don't terrify him.
The world's gonna end?
No,
No,
don't worry, the world isn't
no.
gonna end.
It's relax. Don't worry. It's all good.
Archer, try to make a persuasion check. What?
Arcturus isn't great at talking to people. I'm a lucky that.
Okay.
She's gonna step forward and she's gonna say,
I'm gonna go with 12.
She's gonna put her hand on his shoulder. She's gonna say, "It's gonna be all right. We have this taken care of. Relax." She's gonna try to persuade him to calm down.
Yeah, he's already running away screaming.
Damn.
Like, Arcturus kind of screwed the pooch there. Yeah, he's like, I gotta go tell someone! Trying to run off down the hallway.
Alright, well, that guy's useless.
He's got to go do what?
He said he has to go tell somebody.
I'm just gonna walk around until we can find a new liaison.
No, he's our liaison. We got to stick with him.
No, he was our liaison. He abandoned his post.
I want to follow him.
Okay. So you follow him, he takes a right, heads down some stairs, takes a left, blows past a couple of people carrying papers, throws open a door, it looks like to a cafeteria. You can see a bunch of people eating soups. They turn and look at him.
I am going to... give me a second, I gotta scroll down there.
Don't do it. I don't know what you're gonna do, but don't do it. Look, just let him have his freak out. They'll all think he's crazy.
Hold on, what do you think I'm gonna do? Cast Disintegrate on him?
I assumed you were gonna do something interventionist.
And then he yells out, "These guys are gonna end the world!"
And polymorph him into a chicken.
I told you not to do it.
What is the saving throw for polymorph?
I think it's wisdom.
Wisdom?
Let's see, what is this guy's wisdom?
That fails. He's a chicken now.
All right, I'm going to go in there and gently collect the chicken and bring it back out.
Yeah, the whole room is just like sitting there, it's like looking at this. Like,
Sorry, folks. Polymorphing experiment. I guess the chicken thought the sky was falling.
Don't worry, everything will
Enjoy
be
your
totally
lunch.
fine.
Beta's gonna wave everyone. Please, return to your meals, my children. It will be fine.
alright, so like the three of you are all doing this stuff. I need one persuasion check from somebody.
I will do it.
Beta, do we count as giving your assistance?
Yes.
Yes.
What is assistance? Gives me advantage?
It gives you advantage.
Oh my god. So basically, Beta can convince these people to do just about anything she wants.
Yeah, you see some of them kind of nod and shrug their shoulders, and you hear the clinking of spoons and conversation resuming. Like, this is just like, it's not every day this occurs, you get a feeling, Beta, but it's not unusual for a polymorph experiment to go sideways.
Yeah, time travel business. Go back to your drinks.
All right, let's go.
All right, let's take him.
So you have this chicken, which is vigorously clucking.
All right, I'm gonna look the chicken in the face and I'm gonna say, "Hey, look, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to freak you out. We're gonna deal with this. It's really not a problem. We've already dealt with it once before. We're just here to, tie up loose ends. The world is not gonna end. Everything will be fine." Hey, chicken,
Yes,
if you understand what I'm saying, please nod. Just once.
It still seems to be freaking out.
Underdark, do I know how to induce tonic paralysis in a chicken?
No.
Shit!
Do I know how to induce paralysis? Well, do I know how to hypnotize a chicken?
How would you hypnotize a chicken?
Well, you know how to hypnotize a chicken, right?
Yeah, you can cause
No,
them
I
to go
don't.
into tonic paralysis by pushing their face into the dirt, like nose to the dirt, putting your finger at the tip of their beak, and drawing a line in the dirt away from their face. I am not kidding. It's a thing. It's a type of tonic
it makes their
paralysis.
brain shut down.
I should clarify, it's non-lethal. It's like, for whatever reason, the bird just stares at and just gets super relaxed.
Yeah, it's like fainting goats. They just sort of stop whatever they're doing for a minute.
It's a common fart.
So, do either of you have in your character's background some type of farming background that would indicate you would know how to do this?
No.
I'm a faction agent?
Are you proficient in animal handling?
No.
That was my next question. So no, you guys have no idea how to actually induce that. You just have this freak chicken that's freaking out in your hands.
All right,
Well, you should probably just turn it back into a person so then it'll understand.
let's head back to where we were,
Okay, so you go back to the public entry area.
and let's find a
So
place. that's
some of
more
the people are
private.
giving you a little bit of side eye about, you're carrying this really noisy chicken through the halls.
All right, I would like to prepare to continue holding this chicken after it is no longer a chicken.
Doesn't the barbarian have animal handling?
I have the option to have animal handling, however, I do not have animal handling.
Well, somebody with a strong wisdom use animal handling. I don't have a strong wisdom. Beta
All right.
None of us do.
All right. Let's find a more quiet place. Let's say, I don't know, under what looks like a quiet place.
Well, there's all these unmarked doors in the hallway. You could try one of them.
No, let's just go in the corner.
Are you sure? I feel like there's content if we open these doors.
I don't want to do that.
Okay.
So you just kind of go off to the side, where there's some plants and stuff arranged to artfully cover up that there's nothing actually there.
Perfect. Yeah, this is a big opulent-ass building. It's going to have a bunch of empty corners.
Exactly.
All right. And I'm gonna end polymorph on him. Goulash, don't make a mess out of this.
I'm not going to.
So you're going to try to grab him, Goulash? You readied an action to try to grab him.
Continue holding.
Right, but he changed size from a chicken to a human, so
I'm aware of that. Do
right.
I have
So
to make a roll to
it is a
hold my
grapple
grab on?
check
Right.
because he's obviously trying to run.
Okay, I don't even have to roll for that.
Right? Yeah. You just grab him.
Yeah. Hey, look. I know what I said. I didn't mean to freak you out. I just need you to calm down. Everything will be fine.
Calm down. So let me get this straight. You've done this before. You're from the future. Why do you think you would succeed this time? How many times have you blown up the world?
No, you misunderstood.
none,
We already
none.
succeeded once. We just have to succeed twice, just to be sure.
If you already succeeded once, why the fuck are you here? What the fuck is this?
So, okay. So, stay with me on this. This is both convoluted and incredibly stupid. All right. So we're from This world, about a month and a half, 2 months under. What was the original timeline now?
It was like a month plus the amount of time that we were adventuring. So
Yes.
How long were we
2
adventuring?
months.
So it's like 2-3 months.
All right, so we're from 3 months in the future when everything was fine. I fiddled around with some magic in order to save my party's life, threw us across time and space into a completely different world. While we were there, in our attempt to find a way to get home, the same magic I used ended up sending a demon prince over here on accident. Also picked up this guy. I'm going to point towards Tiro's character. All right, so from there, we figured out how the magic worked, went from that world to this one, a month in the future, where apparently the fungus demon had overrun the world. So we went back again to the previous world, met ourselves. They ceased to exist because I guess 2 instances of the same person can't exist at the same time. And then we killed the demon over there. So, from how we understand causality, we shouldn't have to worry about the demon showing up here. But we time traveled back here because A, we want to be back here, and B, we wanted to make extra completely certain that this world wasn't going to get compromised. So, if everything works out right, the way I suspect it will, we're going to hang out here for a month and nothing bad is going to happen. If things don't work out right, then we just kill the demon prince and we'll be fine.
Yeah, so like I said, we're just here to make sure that everything will be fine, which it will be. So don't worry, don't freak out, please don't cause a panic, and if I put you down, will you do any of those things?
No.
You won't cause a panic
Insight
if I put you
check.
down.
Sure, Archers, make an insight check. Goulash, sorry, I couldn't understand what you were saying.
Doorbell.
Yeah, no, yeah, no, I think he's
Since
calm.
we're still holding him, Beta's going to kindly ask him to please let us handle it. We have this under control. Please, don't cause a panic and make countless people hurt. Just let us handle this. Persuasion check.
Yeah, go ahead and make a persuasion check, Beta. Well, Archers, he still looks kind of freaked out. So you can't really get a good read. But Beta, you're pretty convincing. He's like, yeah. You guys killed this demon lord once. You can do it again, right? Council's obviously, okay with it. Should be fine.
All right, so now that we're all calm,
I put him back down.
yeah.
Okay. And he kind of looks nervous at you guys. You're not going to kill me, are you?
No.
God,
Actually,
no, why?
if you'd like to help us, which I was going to ask you about before, we need some masks to keep spores out of our airways. Do you have anything like that?
Maybe. I mean,
Like maybe your magical botanists or whoever might have something like that.
Well, when we're dealing with like caustic alchemical fumes, we usually use these wool mats that we pee on beforehand, and that seems to help.
You pee on.
Mm-hmm. The urine acts as a filter.
Yeah, he's not crazy, Goulash. It works.
I can't believe this is the solution we've decided upon.
I mean, yeah, it smells horrible, but better than, your teeth melting out of your mouth.
All right. Well, could we borrow some of those wool masks for the future?
I mean, probably. If I leave you guys here, will you cause any more apocalypses before I get back?
Nope, we'll wait right here until you get back.
Wait, is there a reason we can't come with you?
Well, you're not acolytes. You're not allowed in there, in the labs. That's where we keep the safety equipment.
Oh, yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. Can't have weirdos walking around. Makes sense.
Look, we used to let like tours and stuff go through them, but then this noble decided he knew better than everybody else, and he touched something we told him not to touch. And he kind of calls you guys over to like this cliff ledge, and he points over at this mountain. You can see, the mountain's kind of oddly shaped. Like if you think like the you know how some mountains are like asymmetric.
Mm-hmm.
He says, yeah, that mountain wasn't always asymmetric. The explosion basically took out the lab and caused half of the mountain to collapse. So yeah, no non-acolytes are better in the labs. No visitors.
I'm gonna make a guess here. You lost like 30 people in that explosion.
Well, if you count the visitors, it was about that. Yeah, I think there were only 2 acolytes there at the time.
Huh.
We keep the labs spread out so a mistake in one doesn't cause a chain reaction that results in the whole Athenaeum going up.
Sounds about right. Yeah, I guess we'll just wait here.
All right. And then he begins casting the spell.
Ooh, a spell.
Make an Arcana check.
I do love making Arcana checks.
As he
imagine
disappears.
He's just gonna poof himself away.
It looks like he was casting Dimensional Door. Alright, but yeah. So, do you guys do anything while you're waiting for the Acolyte to return?
Nope. Sit here until he gets back.
Alright, yeah, you guys are sitting there. Occasionally you see a person, some in Acolyte robes, some in somewhat fancier looking robes, pop into the teleportation circle and just immediately start walking off deeper into the complex. Custodian comes by, different custodian. So, excuse me, pardon me. And he like reaches past, starts watering the plants you guys are all standing next to. And then he just wanders off. An hour passes, and you guys have actually taken a short rest at this point, if you need it.
That True Sight's gone. That's a bummer. Well, I'm still mind blanked.
Yep. When the Acolyte comes back, carrying a small leather satchel, he says, alright, I got a dozen masks for you. In case any of them, burn up, get blown up, you lose them, whatever. Here. He tosses them to you.
No, well, thank you.
We should distribute those out among the people here, including the people who are here who aren't here.
So that's 4 apiece.
No, I said including the people who are here who aren't here. So that way they'll have it, if they are here.
5 of us?
Something like that.
There's 12 masks.
Whatever, it'll work out. We have...
Yeah.
You also notice that the Acolyte is wearing one.
You don't have to worry for like a month, right?
Yeah, they're not here yet.
And you hear through the mask, it's a little muffled, but you can understand him. When you say that you've destroyed the Demon Lord, then I'll stop wearing the mask.
We destroyed the Demon Lord.
I don't believe you.
Well, yeah, that's because it didn't happen in this reality.
Look, this is keeping me from freaking out. Alright?
Alright. Well, is it just going to be you accompanying us, or are other people coming along?
To where? I'm not fighting a Demon Lord. Are you kidding me? It'll turn me into paste.
Oh, well, the council told us there were some people who might like to meet a Demon Lord in person.
Oh! those guys. Yo, you want to meet them?
I mean,
I
do
imagine
we
they
want to meet them?
us.
Based on that tone, I'm not sure we want to meet them.
I mean,
Well,
they're they're Diabolists. They're kind of weird.
okay, well, how useful do you think they would be in demon killing?
Killing? I don't know. Summoning and possibly controlling is more what they try to do.
Okay, yeah, see, this is the thing that I asked the council about, and they said it was nothing to worry about.
Well, I mean, if you're looking for like a specific weakness or whatnot, they're probably the group that would know about it. And especially if you tell them that if they don't help you, their world is going to end. They'll probably be willing to help you kill the demon. Usually, they're more interested in trying to control the demons for practical purposes.
Yeah, see, that's what I was afraid of. I don't want people trying to control a demon, sabotaging our demon murder efforts.
Wait. Practical uses for demons.
Yeah, see, that's what's turning me off of these people.
That's an oxymoron.
I know, right? But it's these people, man.
Oh, well, they have a point. Demons are useful in exactly one capacity. Can you guess?
Ending the world.
No, death. They're useful at being dead.
They are very handy in that regard. All right.
All right. Well, I don't think we need them.
I mean, we might still want to speak to them, just maybe not immediately.
I don't think we should tell them.
By the way, what is your name?
My name is Boris.
Alrighty. Based on his name, can I deduce where he's from?
Yeah. Go ahead and make a history check.
I do love history checks.
His name would indicate that he's probably from, like he was like born here in the Athenaeum somewhere. The names here tend to be, kind of Greek sounding.
That explains the map icon you used. Alrighty, Acolyte Boris. Pleasure to meet you.
Okay. I would say it's a pleasure to meet you, but finding out the world's ending, not really.
If you'd like, I can time travel us back to before that occurred, and that way you'd never have to know.
Yeah, let's not fuck with time more than is needed.
Isn't that type of thing like how you ended up ending the world once already?
Yeah, see, this is what I'm saying.
No, actually, this would be a controlled use of it. The previous attempts where I ended the world were because I used the magic with only 50% of the magical formula for it. I bullshitted the other half.
Huh.
It only killed me once. And then killed an entire timeline.
Huh.
That being said, there's no way in hell I'm going to be messing with it like that again. I'm really trying to avoid using this magic if I can.
Well, anyway, do we want to see about finding some people who can help us locate where she's going to emerge?
Yes, we should.
Well, you're like honestly, the acolytes here they don't leave much. We pretty much live in our labs.
I'm sure they don't, but they you must have some cartographers or people who could help us identify the location more accurately.
Honestly, you'd be better off asking in Taurosis about that.
Oh, well, we better go to Taurosis then.
Indeed, onward to Taurosis.
Well,
we
you
have to teleport there.
you have the teleportation circle runes. The Master's Way is a road. It leads out of here. Heads north to Taurosis. That's all. That's the only place it goes to. Yeah, if you ever need anything here from the Athenaeum, you can come back here and contact me. That's fine.
Alrighty. How do we get in contact with you?
Well, do you know sending?
No.
Oh. Well, if you present yourself here at the Athenaeum and say you want to speak to Acolyte Boris, I'm sure someone will manage to find me. Now, usually somebody who's unescorted walking around the Athenaeum will get challenged by somebody eventually. Or you'll get blown up. Either way.
Fair enough. Well, thank you for your assistance, Acolyte Boris.
I would say any time, but really, I hope you never need my help to stop a demon apocalypse again. That'd be good, yeah? Let's keep the number of demon apocalypses to 1.
Right. The next time we end the world, I'll make sure it's not because of a demon.
Why do you want to end the world?
We don't.
You people are crazy.
Yeah. You told us that last time. And then I'm going to cast Teleport and send us to the city.
I should point out, like, at the level Goulash is at, he's now in his, like, weird half-alligator form all the time. So I don't know how much sanity people are expecting from him.
I'm just proud that I left him on that line of, you told us that last time as I teleport us off.
Alright, you teleport you guys out. As you guys teleport to the circle in Taurosis, and are immediately slapped in the face with the sea air as you find yourself standing on a large dock. A guard, kind of dressed in what looks to be a breastplate, holding a glaive. You hear him speak out, "Welcome to Taurosis. Clear the circle. There's more people probably coming soon."
Alright, so I got an 8 on my initiative roll.
Huh?
You said we got slapped in the face by the sea air.
Yeah.
I assume we were rolling for initiative.
No.
I cast
Sorry.
Magic Missile. I'm
Sorry,
attacking the ocean.
I cast Disintegrate on the sea breeze.
The ocean rears up.
If the entire ocean was like that swamp, we're fucked. Goofing around aside, alright. Goulash, what was it you wanted to do?
Yep. Goulash opens his mouth to speak as he's telefragged by the next person coming through the circle. No, he wanted to find someone who can help us locate where the demon is going to show up.
Okay. Well, you look around. It looks to be a bustling trade port. You see several ships flagged from various polities. Longshoremen unloading barrels and crates. The street leading up into the city proper. You can see it kind of winds its way up, paved in cobblestones. Along with the salty sea air, you can also smell fish.
Well, we're looking for people who make maps, I guess.
Okay. How do you plan to find them?
That's a good question. Maybe I'll ask the guard.
Yo. Like when you walk up to the guard, he just goes, "Yo."
All right. We're looking for a specific location around these parts. Arcturus knows more about it than I do. But do you know where we could get like a more accurate map of the area around here?
I'd like to describe the area I need to be targeting.
There you go.
And the guard kind of scratches his beard. Like, well, I don't know. My memory ain't too good.
Oh, well, I hope you get some help with that. We'll have to go ask someone else.
Okay.
Wait, Goulash. I don't think he's memory impaired. I think he means
I know he's not
like
memory impaired.
financial
Arcturus.
compensation. Is that what you're saying, sir?
I'm aware of what he's saying, but I also don't approve of random guards fleecing passersby for basic information.
He shrugs. I'm paid to guard the circle. Not paid to be his tour guide.
I bet we can find somebody more helpful in the market.
Sure.
All right. Have a nice day, sir.
Although I do gotta respect the hustle. Like, you ask me to do anything outside of my job description, and I'm getting paid separately.
Well, that's just how things work. So what do you guys do?
We find another person with a hustle.
Well, I described, like longshoremen, some fishermen.
Well, there's got to be like a marketplace in this city, right?
Presumably. How do you plan to find it?
Maybe I'll follow where like crowds of people are going. I imagine it's pretty busy around now. Like there's got to be some fishermen heading off that way to cry their catch.
Sure. Yeah, you can just follow groups of people through the dense cobblestone streets of Taurosis. The streets widen out a little bit as you get further away from the docks. Pass by various shops. And yeah, about 15 minutes or so later, you kind of come to like this town square looking place, and arranged in like concentric circles are these stalls, where people are hucking wares.
Is anyone selling a map?
Make an investigation check as you look around. As you search for somebody selling maps.
Never mind.
Yeah, you find one guy, he's like, oh yeah, selling all your journey needs for getting from here to the Athenaeum. User will look like somebody who, could use quite a visit to those scholars. What do you need?
Oh, don't worry. I assure you what I have is perfectly natural.
Of course. I didn't mean to imply anything but that. But you approach my stall, you look as you do, you look like somebody who needs directions and protection. Am I right?
Well, we actually just came from there. We're looking for a very specific location in the vicinity of Taurosis. Do you have any maps of the area around the city?
I have maps of the Master Way, yeah.
Alright. But I just have a look at one just to make sure it shows the right area before I buy it.
Yeah. It looks like it shows, the terrain around Taurosis and kind of plots out like, here's where the forest is, here's where the Athenaeum is, the hills, the mountains, Taurosis, the sea, all that. And, gives you like a decent look at the coastline.
Right. Alright. How much for it?
Well, given that you're avowed academic and all that, I can give you the educational price. 50 gold.
Under?
Do I get the sense that this is a
Isn't
discount or a?
Isn't that more than the standard map price?
Yes.
College textbook price.
I see you're gifted with a sense of humor. Do I look especially academic to you?
Very.
He flicks his alligator tail as he says that.
Archer's gonna kind of lean in from behind Goulash and be like shaking my head, like, nah, he's really not an academic.
I mean, you just told me you came from the Athenaeum. What else would you be if not an academic?
No, I'm not an academic. I just had business with them. Actually, they had business with me.
I can see. Very well. Normal price then, 10 gold.
Sold. And I pay him the 10 gold.
Yep, he hands over the map, which, by the way, looks like this.
Oh, neat.
How long have you been sitting on this?
I made it today.
Nice.
I should say I filled it in today. I knew where the cities were. I just didn't have all the terrain colored in.
Right.
Wait. So, like, if we zoomed out on the map, you'd have a bunch of gray tiles.
Yeah. Do you have any idea how large my map is?
It's pretty big.
I guess I don't. Also, wow, a road that goes in a straight line?
Mm-hmm.
That is some masterful cartography right there. That is difficult to get.
The terrain
Academics, man. He says, those wizards there from the Athenaeum, they're just like, we're building a road. And by God, we are going this way. And they do their magics, and nature bends to their whims.
Off in the distance, there's a mountain that's been split cleanly in half. As they dug the road through.
Alright. Oh, we should probably go speak with the fisherman now.
For what?
To figure out where we need to be going. Like, borrow a... Under, how much does it cost to buy a boat? Like
Depends on the size of the boat. Oh, rowboat? Let's see. A rowboat costs 50 gold. It can house... Let's see here. It can carry 3 people.
No, if we want, we can rent a rowboat, row it out on the shore, and try to figure out where it is we're looking for, or talk to the fishermen, get an idea what it is we're looking for. Because we have to match up that section of shoreline.
Well, a rowboat would be nice, but I think just for the sake of expediency, and there's no stat block in in any of the books for this. But maybe if we could get like a small 3-person sloop or something like that. This would be like a miniature. I think it's called a sailing boat in in whichever book.
What it sounds like you're describing is a keel boat.
Well, no, it's like those little sailboats that they use to train people how to sail. You've seen those?
Yes.
Yeah, like that. They don't have a keel, they have a rudder that you can pull out. It just goes down the middle of the boat.
Right, I'm saying statistically it'd be best just to call it a keel boat.
Yeah, like a mini keel boat. Or just a keel boat.
Keel boat. How much does a keel boat cost, Under?
3,000 gold.
Dear God, I can bring one of us back from the dead for that kind of money.
But it can carry a half-ton of cargo and 6 people.
True. Hey, Goulash. Do you want me to start making clones of people?
No, don't do that.
Why?
It's well, I mean, you can if you want, but I don't see why.
That way, if we die a horrible, destructive death, we don't completely die. Also, if I'm being entirely honest, it's so I can clone myself. That way, in the event that I die a terrible, dooming death, I can still time travels back, and we don't all die.
Yeah, so obviously the keelboat would be pretty expensive, and I'm not looking for something that can carry that much cargo anyway. I'm looking for something like the size of a rowboat, but that can be fitted with a sail for traveling faster.
Okay, there is nothing available like for sale that would meet that criteria. You'd have to buy a rowboat and have it modified.
Really? They don't have like a sailing dinghy?
Yeah.
All right.
Not for sale. What they have for sale, like what I have prices like fixed for, are what's on the market.
I'll be back.
And they have rowboats, and then they get like this is a trading port, so there aren't a lot of pleasure craft here. These are mostly big cargo vessels. So it's like you got like rowboats for like running stuff to shore, but you generally won't have a small sail ship here. You just have big ones.
Right. So there isn't like a naval academy or anything like that that would have something like that.
There is a dry dock here for repairing ships.
Right.
Because this is kind of out in the middle of nowhere, so and you do have to navigate some shallows to get here. So occasionally they do have to do repairs on ships. So there is a capability to make or modify ships, but this is this port is primarily used for two reasons. One is as a stopover point between the Duchy of Vibay and the Loser Dynasty or the Free City of Havia, because it's shorter to come down here and then across the Sea of Thorns than to follow the coast around the Tyrrell Cooperative. The other thing is that the Athenaeum will buy basically anything exotic wise. So if you find like some weird shit that no one else will buy, chances are you could sell it here, and someone from the Athenaeum will buy it for one of their weird experiments. So they tend to have odd exotic cargoes.
I say we buy us a large vessel, or a larger vessel than a rowboat, and modify it.
Well, the larger vessel than a rowboat is a keelboat, which we wouldn't need to modify.
Yes, we could.
No, but we wouldn't need to. Like, it's 3,000 gold and it already has a sail. What I'm talking about is buying something the size of a rowboat and then modifying
I'm talking about buying a $3,000 ship and modifying it with weapons and making it a battle base for us.
I don't think we need that. We just want to get there quickly and not have to row all the way there.
Well, then I just suggest we buy the keel anyway. We can keep it to bring our cargo back, bring our treasure back.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
What's up?
I believe they were trying to decide what to do. Because they're talking about buying a ship or modifying a ship.
What if we just rent a ship?
Yeah, you could just pay the captain of a ship to take you somewhere.
Yeah, but then we'd be stuck there with no way back.
We're trying to find a section on the shore.
Why don't we go overland then? Why do we have to buy a ship? Why don't we
Rent a ship. That way we can easily see where our destination is because our vision is from off the shore.
Okay.
Or, well, whatever. Maybe we can just buy a rowboat. That'll almost row us all the way there.
All right. Yeah, let's go buy a rowboat.
Okay.
The rowboat can carry 3 people, right?
Technically you can carry 4.
All right.
Though only 3 of them could... Only up to 3 of them could be passengers. At least one person will need to row.
I figured it's a rowboat. I'd love a rowboat that can carry 4 passengers without a rower.
Sorry, just the way that when I was reading into the book, they describe it as capacity 3 passengers, and then you read the description. It's like yes, and then one person needs to row. So it's actually a capacity of 4 people.
Right. Yeah, crew 1, passengers 3.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, you can just buy a rowboat. They got stacks of them. It's 50 gold.
All right. Arcturus, have you been able to work out where we need to go on this map?
Well, based on the information I had, what direction would we have to go to have the city in the perspective we had it?
You would imagine you'd have to go west.
We'll have to head west.
And it was on the shore, you said?
Correct.
All right. Then why don't we put in? We'll head west along the shore, and you look back towards the city until it about matches that vision you had, and then we'll stop there.
That's the idea.
All right. Unless we want to do anything else, I think we should be ready to go.
Okay. So you guys begin rowing. Are you proficient with water vehicles, Goulash?
No.
Okay. Well, this will be interesting then.
I mean, he's sailed before.
He has.
Yeah, a couple times. We did that when we had to go to Firewatch Island.
Yeah. Yep. Alrighty then. Well, just give me a survival check then. Just as you're, kind of refiguring out how to move the oars and all that. It takes you a few hours to kind of get good rhythm going with this boat, and stop like like every time you find a new rip current or something, you have to kind of readjust the boat and all that. So it takes you a while. It's basically the whole rest of this day is you guys just kind of moving in fits and starts westward. But as the sun is getting low, Arcturus, and you look out at the walls of Taurosis, you realize that this is the place. This is that as you're on the water looking at the shoreline and kind of looking back there, you realize that this is a very almost identical perspective to that vision you had.
Goulash, right here.
All right.
Right on the shore.
And I beach us on the shore.
All right. Yep. You swing the boat around, couple of quick thrusts with the oars, and you have that grinding sound of the boat kind of pushing up into the sand.
Are there any stones or shells on the beach?
Make a perception check. No stones, but you do see a couple of shells.
I pick up a shell and I give it to Arcturus and I tell him to hold on to this so that we can come back here.
I take the shell.
Okay. Yeah, as you kind of take the shell, cool and clammy in your hand, you can see that apparently that shell had been like kind of embedded in the sand there for a while, because when Goulash picked it up, there's like a little bit of moss that was growing there.
Oh, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
So, transmute rock lets me, mess with mud and stone. Does it let me work with sand? Did I have my push to talk you down?
You did. I'm reading the spell. Let's see. You can see. I would say it qualifies like mud.
Then I would like to mold the beach around us. I'm making an arena. Like a flat area of stone.
Sure. Yeah, you do casting of it. One casting is a 10-foot deep, 40-foot by 40-foot, section of this sand is all kind of converted to smooth stone.
Oh, it's a 40-foot cube, though, so all these squares will have to make a circle.
Huh?
If he wants to make an arena.
Oh.
Oh, God, no, I am not Cell. I am not, no.
How do all these squares make a circle?
How many castings this do you got? Because each one can do a 40-foot by 40-foot section of the sand 10 feet deep into stone.
I have 2 castings.
Okay. Well, then you can make 2 40 by 40 sections into stone. Do you make them adjacent? Do you do what?
Let's see, 40 by 40. And they're specifically squares, right?
Yes, because it's nominally a 40 by 40 by 40 cube, but it does specify that the area can be no more than 10 feet deep. So I'm just going to rule that as it can only affect at most 10 feet deep of the sand. The sand is deeper than 10 feet, but you only convert the top 10 feet of it.
I guess we'll do adjacent.
Okay.
Like, we'll start near the shore.
Alrighty.
Like a...
So you're making like a path 40 feet wide to the shore?
My goal after we take a rest and I do this again is to have, I guess this will be 4 squares centered at the point where I believe Zugmoy is going to show up. That way she, pops up right in the middle.
Okay. I guess make an intelligence check to try and see just how precisely you think you can place that location. Because you look at the walls, you look at the setting sun, you got a pretty good idea. This is like the general location that she shows up. But like in terms of being like you know that she's going to be somewhere within like a couple hundred feet at this point.
Well, you've got a month.
All right. I'm a lucky that with my last lucky.
Okay. You think that she'll probably be actually about somewhere within plus minus 100 feet to your right of where you cast this.
Well, now you'll have to spend the rest of the month just making it symmetrical.
Dear God, it really is turning into Cell from DBZ. All right. I'm gonna mark that spot.
Okay. So you use your second casting on that spot, I'm guessing?
Yeah.
Alright. So there's these two like square 40 by 40 stone slabs set into this beach. The beach is only about from the water line to the shingle where it starts running up into the trees, and the scrub is only about 100 feet wide. You know, you're kind of like at the edge of the farm, the prepared farmland.
When she was spreading her spores, what did the tree line look like?
It looked very you didn't really see the tree line. The vision perspective you had was you were looking to the northeast and kind of saw her, the setting sun, and the walls of Taurosis. As you look to like due south, that's where you're seeing like the shingle kind of starting to form and farmland up on there. But you weren't looking at inland during your vision. Your vision was looking more out to sea. So you didn't see the shingle in your vision.
Oh, okay. Okay, so we're... Okay.
Right, but you saw, off on the right-hand side, you saw the walls of Taurosis, and you saw the setting sun, and you saw the sea being contaminated.
Okay. Man, I had that backwards the entire time, so I thought we were looking in from the sea. And
no.
For a split second, I'm like, wait, the sun sets in the east in this world? What?
No, it doesn't.
All right. So that was just me being a goof. All right.
Yep.
Oh, the map isn't upside down.
North is to the right.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing stopping you from deciding that.
This world rotates in the opposite direction.
Yeah, well, the dominant civilization on this planet originated in the southern hemisphere.
Well, you see,
Everything is upside
the
down.
world is actually donut-shaped, and the sun spirals around the donut.
Hey, don't say that in Discord. The government is listening. They don't want you to know.
God, let's not even get into what that'll do with the force of gravity.
Okay, it's okay. The core of the donut is actually a couple of strands of neutronium that hold the whole thing together.
Of course.
That's why I said the sun rotates around the planet. All right.
Alrighty. So this is the arena. This will be the point in which we face Zugmoy once more.
Okay. So you guys are sitting there for a month, prepping this arena? Like, are you just camping out there, or are you going back to town every day?
I mean, do we want to make any kind of preparations?
Yeah.
I imagine we do. We have a whole month.
We do.
We have like 28 days.
28 days
28
before
days.
the whole world is consumed by this contagion. Yeah, well, what do you want to do?
Let's see. All right. Other than get the arena set up, we're going to want to, I think, maybe get a little bit of assistance for fighting her.
From who?
I don't know. Maybe we can convince Boris to sit at range and shoot Firebolt.
Let's not bring Boris. We did receive some help from some other people. They weren't here, but
Who? What?
you remember from Frippydeath. What if you went back to that ship and we picked up some people there? Maybe they could help.
What if we just went up to Frippydeath?
We could do that too. I mean, Fruppydinf sent us people, so I imagine that was the degree to which she was comfortable helping.
I mean, probably. I mean, would it hurt to ask? I mean, it's just the three of us. I mean, we almost lost her the first time. Barely scraped out a victory the second time. This can be the third.
Well, I'm just saying it doesn't have to be her. I think if she wanted to help us, she would have came herself in the first place.
That's fair.
I mean, you can ask, but I think at minimum we might be able to get like a bunch of gnomes to help us. Some really well-equipped gnomes.
I would like to get a clone growing. But I'd have to get a loan from you.
I've already told you how I feel about you making clones of me.
No, it's not an active clone of you. It's an inert one. When you die, your soul will possess the clone's body. The clone will remain inert inside of a container. Also, not to sound like a completely selfish dick, but I was mostly planning on cloning myself at first. That way, if I die, we still have access to time travel and the ability to create more clones.
Alright, well, let's, we should go and see about getting help from those gnomes first, though.
Alright.
So what are you guys doing?
I guess we'll rest for the night out here, and then we'll travel.
By teleporting.
Okay, so you're spending the night on the beach?
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty. Yeah. Well, the night passes uneventfully. Morning comes. What do you do?
Use 2 more castings to complete my arena.
So, when you say you complete your arena, so you go to the point that you know is plus minus 100 feet of where Zytomi was standing in your vision. And where do you put these 40 by 40 squares? You know, you centered it on that point for the last one.
Oh, no, not the last one is like literally like the center of the spell is on that point. That at the center of 4 corners would be where she appears.
Okay, and you said you have 2 castings of this, so you have 3 squares that you've made in this area. The other one's a little bit off. You know, it's like 100 feet away.
Oh yeah, that's right. In that case, I'll just fire off the 2 for now.
Okay.
You could just put one square centered on the location and then use the other square to undo the first one.
No. No, I'm going to do it this lopsided way.
Lovely.
Okay. So where do you want this opening to face? Because you know you could position these squares so that you know it faces like the water, it faces the shingle, it faces Taurosis.
Opening?
Well, you've got 3 squares, right?
Yep.
So depending on how you arrange them, the missing square in the corner to make it a square of squares.
Oh, I'll have the open space be facing Taurosis.
Okay. Interesting choice. Alrighty.
What's interesting about that?
I just find it interesting. Don't mind me.
God. He's using psychiatry. Alrighty. I guess we're now going to teleport to the battle barge.
Okay. How are you doing that?
Teleport.
Right. Are you just going based on description?
Teleportation circle.
Frimpy Dimth's battle balloon.
Indeed. Okay. Hey, I didn't know if you wrote it down.
I wouldn't be a very good wizard if I didn't.
Yeah, let's go with that.
What, you're telling me you didn't write it down?
No, I wrote it down.
Oh, but you said you wouldn't be a very good wizard if you didn't.
I will leave you in the ocean.
I can breathe water.
I wasn't trying to kill you. It was going to be an inconvenience. Like making you walk the last 30 feet to get to your house.
Ugh.
Alright, you teleport to Frippington's battle balloon. And you appear, and it's very cold, as you realize the airship is above the clouds. The thwumping of the propellers kind of propelling you forward, and you see the gnomish crew bundled up in parkas, kind of moving about. The officer on the watch yells out as you guys arrive, you know, "Oh hey, they're back!" He leans over the railing from the poop deck. "So, decided to take us up on the ship after all?"
I mean, we got their teleportation circle. Yeah, we can get back there pretty easily.
We don't know if you're going to be able to bring the ship or not, but we could use your help. Or any bodies you can spare.
Bodies? What do you mean?
People. Not
Oh,
dead.
living bodies!
Turn a phrase.
Yeah. I was about to ask what you needed our ballast for.
Right. No, we don't need that.
I mean, we were kind of wondering, would it be possible to speak with Frippy
I mean, can't you just, like, sending her or something? I assume you had a way to contact her.
Arcturus is just going to stare at him.
Yeah. I mean, can't you do that, Arcturus? Can't you just sending her? You know sending, don't you?
I
You're a
don't
useful
know.
wizard, right?
I don't have sending.
Oh, no.
Oh, well, I mean, she usually contacts us, so, I really have no idea what you want.
Oh, that's
well,
a bummer.
She sent you to help us, didn't she?
Uh-huh. And we've been en route to Tarosa since you left.
Ah,
Excellent. Please
That's why
keep doing that.
that's why we're up here. It's a bit faster up here, even though it's a bit chilly.
when do you expect to arrive by?
Let me go do some figuring. I know that when you decided to jump ship, we decided we didn't need all the heavy combat equipment, so we dumped all that off.
Wait, heavy combat equipment?
It's just one person. That's not going to be useful against them.
What do you mean heavy combat equipment?
Well, we had this, what was it labeled as? Armored battle wagon or something? And anyway, we left that at port.
Right, we don't need that.
Sped us up considerably. So we were just trying to meet you there. Figured you had your own plan.
Yep. But anyway, if you think you can be there by the in 28 days, or would that be a?
Well, if we can stay at altitude and keep going at the rate we're going, should be there. Actually, it'll take us 28 days to get there.
Oh, well, assuming everything goes according to plan, you'll get there exactly when you're needed. The one thing is, make sure you guys all have like masks here, right, or some spare cloth that you can use to make them. You're going to need them to fight.
You can
this
see
thing.
that they're all wearing scarves over their face because it's really fucking
Perfect.
cold.
Just make sure you pee on them beforehand. Pee on your scarves.
He gives you this look like, wait, what?
Nice. See, if you pee on the scarf, it helps keep the fungus out. The fungus will take over your brain if you don't pee on your scarf. I promise you it works.
Can you make a persuasion check?
Yep.
He nods. He's like, well, if we plan on getting into... See, we were figuring that since you guys obviously had a plan, we were just going to sit and provide artillery support. 400 feet away.
That
Yes,
works too, actually.
yes, exactly that. Yes.
As long as your aim is good.
We've been doing some target practice. Yeah, it's decent.
Works for me.
Alright, I just don't want you guys to be in danger if she decides to bother you instead of me.
Can she fly?
I think so. She can teleport.
Oh.
And become ethereal.
Oh yeah, that too.
Well, nothing we can do about that, but we were going to, rain ballista bolts and green fire down on her.
That'll work just fine. I just want to make sure.
Fire.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Arbalister there can ignite their bolts with green flame.
Ooh.
It's the ancient substance of siege warfare, known as gnomish fire.
Oh, good, you've heard of it.
Yep. But anyway, I just want to make sure that she
Trade
doesn't
secret,
pop over
that.
here and take over all your brains and use you guys to shoot at us.
That would be bad, yes.
Yeah, so just make sure you pee on your socks or your scarves and put them over your mouths so that doesn't happen.
Okay. I will pass the word.
Well then, Arcturus, what do you think? Do you want to... We can come back and check in on them from time to time just to make sure they're...
Oh, hey, Arturus, you're a wizard, right?
Yeah, I'm a wizard.
Do you happen to know any spells that control wind and stuff? Because that might actually speed us up.
I can control water and I can control earth. Unfortunately, I am not the Avatar. I don't have lots of fire or wind.
Yeah, you're asking for Basil, who does not exist in this universe.
I have no idea who Basil is, but that's unfortunate. All right, I figured no harm in asking, right? What's the worst? What's the worst you're gonna do? Accidentally cast us into the past or something?
I do have to wonder if I could take the whole airship back. Thoughts for later.
What I imagine we can do is if it turns out that you're not going to get here in time, he can just pop over here and, teleport a couple people to come with us and help us fight the demon. Some brave souls.
Yeah, I mean, we got Marines.
Perfect. Are they Marines if they're being delivered by balloon? Wouldn't that make them something else?
Air Marines?
Avians?
Aeronauts?
Nah, I like avians.
Aeronomes?
The 101st Gnomish Airborne.
Okay, so now I just got this image in my head of, gnomish paratroopers. They don't use parachutes, they just dive out and land in the ground using their pointed hats.
Mm-hmm.
I never stopped to ask, Under, do the gnomes wear pointed hats?
Of course they do.
Okay, I had to be certain.
Their parka hoods are specifically designed to go around this hat.
They've got hoods, and it's just got the opening at the front is just in the shape of a triangle, so that it can go up and over the top of the hat.
Yep.
Man, now it's reminding me that that image we had the chat a while back of like these two Neanderthal gnomes with like physically cone-shaped heads.
Oh no, wait! It's the parka has like the one zipper on the front for zipping it up, and then it's got the face hole, and then above that is another zipper that goes up to the top of the hood for after you've got it like around the hat.
Yeah. I like that.
Oh, that's great. All right. Well, I guess we'll teleport us back then.
All right.
You know, I almost feel like we should teleport back to the Anatheum and speak to Boris.
About what?
You know, maybe find out if those demon summoning types have a way to interfere with a demon.
I'm telling you, getting them involved is a bad idea. They're going to cause some kind of problem.
Oh, I'm not saying we give them all the information, just like, or maybe some wizards that know how to prevent creatures from entering the ethereal, that type of thing.
I wouldn't be against involving people, just not the demon fanatics.
Okay, let's teleport back, talk to Boris, and find people who know how to dimensionally anchor stuff.
All right, so you're teleporting back to the teleportation circle at the Anatheum.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you teleport back.
I've started thinking of it as Anatheum now. I can't stop.
The anathema?
Yeah, the anathema of the Far Realms.
So you are at the Athenaeum. You know, there are people bustling about.
Actually, we should really be calling it the Anaheim because it's a magic kingdom.
And then, who here looks the least busy?
There is that same custodian watering those plants. He looks the least busy.
I shall speak to him. Excuse me, do you know how I might get in contact with Acolyte Boris?
Have you tried personnel?
Could you direct me there?
Yeah. You go down this hallway, take the first right, the second left, then the first left, and it's the third door on your right.
I would do those things.
Okay. Make an intelligence check to see how well you follow the bureaucratic instructions. You find the door. They are all unmarked, identical wooden doors in identical hallways. Whoever like this is like some someone just kept replicating the same hallway and door setup over and over and over again. So you open the door?
Yes, indeed.
Okay. Inside, you see a desk, some chairs as a waiting area. Behind the desk, you see a figure standing there. Let me get you an image of what this guy looks like. And of course, I can't find the image. Ah, yes. Yeah. You can see he's looking through some stuff. He looks up as you walk in there. Yes.
Here to speak with personnel?
Yes.
I'm looking to get in contact with Acolyte Boris.
Ah.
No, I
One
don't know
moment.
sending.
And he goes over to, like, he turns around and you can see he's got this big mass, what looks to be like a card catalog. He starts, like, pulling open a small drawer, just flipping through it. Yes, Boris, aha! Yes. And he begins casting the spell.
What spell?
Make an Arcana check. He appears to be casting Sending. And then you hear him speak. Yes, Boris, this is personnel. If you could come here, there are some outsiders who wish to speak to you. One of them looks like an alligator. You are more than welcome to take a seat. Is he talking to you guys when he says that?
I take a seat.
So personnel is run by mind flayers.
Arcturus in his head is going to be thinking, "Oh shit."
So Beta, do you say that out loud?
No.
I'm thinking to myself. No, it's out of character.
Yeah. Arcturus is just thinking, "Huh." And here I thought I was joking when I said that the council was all mind flayers.
I am going to glance at Gilbert, asking what does he wish to do.
Arcturus is just going to sit and wait patiently for Boris.
Beta will also sit.
Yeah, 10 minutes pass, during which personnel just, you hear him like flipping through some paperwork, humming to himself. Like he's humming like a little tune to himself. Literally he's just sitting there going. Ten minutes or after the 10. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say, how long in does he start doing that?
Almost immediately. Like he's picks up what he was doing before you guys walked in. It's kind of air he has as he was just doing paperwork.
I guess like 8 minutes in, Gilbert's going to kind of like, start humming in sequence as well.
Yes. Join us. Earworms aren't, spores aren't the only thing. We also got earworms here. And then 10 minutes, after 10 minutes of that, Boris shows up. He looks in and is like, "Oh, hey, it's you guys. World hasn't ended yet. Good." He looks over and is like, "Oh, hey, Polio, man, you guys are chill. Hey, Polio, you left it on, right?" Polio is like, "Oh, apologies." And you see him pull off a ring, which dispels the illusion. And you see this halfling standing on a stool doing paperwork. "Oh yeah, sorry about that."
That's truly the best use of invisibility. Just making yourself invisible at the office so you can get work done and people won't bother you.
Invisibility? Oh, that would have been a great idea. I just figured if I made myself look big and scary, people would leave me alone.
Yeah, and Alhoon is definitely concerning.
Yeah, you were like a few seconds away from divine retribution.
I hardly think an illusory ring is going to offend the gods.
It's the anathema of the far realms, Beta. What were you expecting?
Yeah, no, just last time we saw an Alhoon, it was Less of a friendly meeting.
Oh, I can quite imagine. They aren't very friendly people. Um, though I have heard that they can be convinced to work for you, though generally it involves pulling off their tendrils one by one.
Yeah, that would explain why it was working for a dragon. Well, have a great day.
Hey, you too. And so, step out into the hall. Boris looks at you like, so, what brings you back to the Athenaeum?
We are looking to get the assistance of mages that would know how to prevent creatures from entering the ethereal plane within a given area.
Oh, huh. Let me think. So, sorry, what exactly are you looking to do here?
So remember how I said there was that big scary demon lord that's going to show up?
Uh-huh.
Well, she's a huge asshole and has the ability to enter the ethereal plane, like spellcasting shit. You know how it goes.
Yep.
We were hoping to find a way to, I don't know, maybe like anchor an arena so that she can't, like, no one in that area can enter the ethereal, that type of thing. Is that possible? Is that a thing you guys know how to do?
Why don't you just cast planar binding on her?
Well, there's a very particular reason for that. We don't have that spell in this edition.
Yes, you do.
Do we under?
It's a 5th level abjuration spell, page 265 of the PHB. It would work for what you're trying to do. It would also have some side effects, but
Oh shit, no wonder when I looked it up could I not find it. I spelled it with ER instead of AR. Okay, give me a second there.
I mean, it's the type of shit that those Diablos are always up to. Binding this, contract that. Don't tell me you're one of those people that want to, put them to good use.
Oh god, no. We wanted to find a way to make sure it couldn't, retreat.
I mean, I suppose you could just, cast Forbiddance in that area as well. That would stop them from doing any planar travel.
Hmm. This forbiddance magic. who here would have access to that?
Here at the Athenaeum, probably no one. Let's just say that our work here and the work of the Divine don't exactly see eye to eye. I don't know. Do you have any contacts with the Sea the Masked Gods? I mean, they'd be like the people who'd be all up on this shit, right?
Hey, Bade, I don't suppose you can cast Forbiddance.
Don't think so. Forbiddance? No, I don't think I can cast that spell.
It's a 6th level cleric spell.
Bade
Megan,
is not a cleric.
I only go to 5th level. I'm not high enough to cast 6th level spells yet. I don't believe.
Bummer.
I mean, other than that, all I can think of is ask around at the port and see if you can find someone selling a scroll of it.
Underdark, that would cost several $1,000s, right? Or 7,000 gold.
Probably.
Shit, we don't have the finances for that. Underdark.
Yes.
If I cast Demiplane in a pool of magma, would it fill with it? Like, would it travel across the planar boundary?
I'm going to go with yes.
Do you guys have any active volcanoes or sources of molten magma?
Not locally. The closest active volcano that we use for getting stuff like that is the small little volcanic island northwest of Taurosis.
About how far away, time-wise?
Let me look up how fast the ship goes. Here, sailing ship goes 120 miles a day. Well, when we've needed, experiments involving magma or volcanoes, we typically just hire a sailing ship to take us from Taurosis to, we just call it the Volcano Island. We're not really good at naming things. Anyway, takes about a day to get there. Day to get back. Plus whatever time we spend on the island doing the experiments. Do have to warn you, though, because of experiments we've done on it in the past, while the volcano's still there, it's still there, it's still a volcano, fire elementals have a tendency to spawn out of it. And they tend to be universally pissed.
In large numbers?
Sometimes. We've had to retreat once, nearly burned the ship down. A couple dozen of them spawned. Usually it's just small groups, but once in a while, some big-ass number of them. When they tried to seal it up one time, figuring, hey, this is a threat and we should stop it. Yeah, it caused Volcano to stop, working for about a week. And then another volcano to the northwest exploded out of the sea, making a new island. And then the first one, broke down and erupted again. And so there's actually 2 islands out there. But we don't go to the second one. I think they're trying to preserve it so it doesn't turn into some fire elemental infested hellhole.
Well, I think we'll go there then, so I can fill a demiplane with lava.
Okay. Like I said, we usually just hire a sailing ship from Taurosis. I don't think anyone cares if you go. It's not technically part of the Athenaeum, it's just close by and convenient.
Alrighty. Beta, Goulash, you guys have any thoughts, suggestions, comments, concerns, opinions?
What are you trying to do with fire elementals and a volcano?
Oh, I want to fill a demiplane with lava.
Build a bridge?
No. I'm thinking we give Zugmoy hot feet.
Can't she teleport and become ethereal? And can't we not do that?
I mean, that's fair.
This just seems like the idea that poses way more of a danger to us than it would to her.
That's a fair point.
Oh, come on, I want to see you guys try to go boat murdered on this person.
I thought you didn't want to come because it's a scary demon.
No, that was me saying that as the DM. I want to see you guys try to boat murder the demon lord. That'll be fucking hilarious.
I mean, guys, the DM's saying maybe we should try.
I mean, don't take that as saying it's a good idea. I just like the visual of, open up this portal and you don't have like this stream of lava shooting out.
I don't know. That sounds like a DM endorsement to me. Well, what do you guys think? Too risky?
Yep.
Okay.
Right. Well, this is Boris talking. So is there anything else I could help you guys with?
Well, since the planar binding stuff would either require us to go to speak to the Holy See or the weirdo Diabolists. Do you guys have access to Gnomish Fire? Or the formula for it?
We have a limited store of it, as far as I'm aware. Unless someone's used it in an experiment or something. We usually order it in. Why? Oh, you want to try lighting the demon on fire?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we have some here. I don't know how much they'd be willing to give you. It is kind of dangerous in large quantities. I do know, however, you can probably buy some in Taurosis. Like I said, the ships do bring it. We're like one of the only people who are crazy enough to buy the stuff in bulk.
Ah, excellent. Thank you, Boris.
Sure. If you do happen to have any of it, though, so here's the thing. Officially, you're not supposed to bring it into the Athenaeum. However, there's no rules against actually using it. So just don't tell anyone you got it, all right? That way no one gets in trouble or anything.
Wait. Hold on.
The rules say we're not allowed to
order it in bulk.
Yep. And the rules say it's not allowed to be brought into the Athenaeum. However, there's no rules against storing it here or using it. We're just not allowed to bring it in. It's funny, every time we do an inventory of it, it never seems to be accurate.
Ah. So if I went to, so who would I speak to then about storing gnomish fire here?
I mean, I guess you could talk to Master Nico. She's usually the one who manages the store of volatile stuff.
Excellent, excellent. Could you direct us to her?
I can arrange a meeting. Yeah, the masters. Let me put it this way: you become a master here by progressing in research, right? And by working for so long beyond the doors that your people skills tend to atrophy, and they're more or less obsessed with their research. So, like I said, I can arrange a meeting, but just be aware. They're always a bit off, if you know what I mean.
Like eccentric?
Let me put it this way: they built an entire room just to meet with people in, where they keep themselves in shadow. Why? I don't know. They like it. They think it's funny. You know this. You met the whole Council of Masters.
The more you tell me about these people, the more I like them.
Oh, goody. Good. Then you'll probably get along with them just fine.
Excellent. Is there anything I should know about the property? Does Arcturus know anything about the properties of Alchemist Fire?
Only that it's really hard to put out. So, like, Alchemist Fire burns. You basically can't put it out with water. You have to smother it with something, especially if there's large quantities of it.
Yeah, this is a Type D fire extinguisher need.
Well, it's an adhesive fluid that ignites when exposed to the air. And once ignited, is self-sustaining. It no longer requires oxygen. So, generally speaking, like for small amounts of it, you can kind of pat yourself out with it. Sorry, actually, it's not self-oxidizing. Don't. I misread that. Yeah, it ignites when it's exposed to air. It is auto-igniting. It is not self-oxidizing. So you can pat it out. Usually, it can burn on water. It floats on water. It sticks to stuff. The only way that's consistently used to put out large fires of it, which Boris is hasty to add, says not that we have any experience with large quantities of gnomish fire just going up for some reason, is sand. Lots and lots of sand.
Hey, Under. Random question: is there a window that looks out to that one mountainside? Yeah. When he says not that they have a lot of experience, I'm just going to kind of glance out that window at the mountainside and just go,
Like I said, it's officially against the rules to bring, gnomish fire into the Athenaeum.
Gnomish fire can float on water. That doesn't mean that water won't put it out if you apply enough water to displace the air.
You are correct. The trick is to keep the water in place, because it will just float to the top of the water and then reignite.
Oh, that gives me a sick idea. I have control
a bunch
water.
of it underwater.
No, I have control water.
Yeah, then you could just control the water to isolate the thing.
Well, that and also if I make the arena with the right shape, I can fill it with water, then use control water to make a whirlpool with burning gnomish fire floating on the top.
I'm not fighting her in that. I gotta draw the line somewhere.
Okay, you don't want to help the party make this heavy metal cover on this beach here.
You know what? You've completely sold me. I reverse my opinion. As soon as you said heavy metal cover, I instantly saw it, and now I want to be in it.
Okay, shit. We gotta do it now. We have our heavy metal cover idea.
Yeah, it's just a big whirlpool of water with like fire floating around in the whirlpool, and then at the center of it is this big, like, evil mushroom lady, and Goulash is like wading towards her, and it's got some indecipherable band name at the top.
And then our tourists and baiters are on the side, just shooting like in the you can see their faces in the reflection of the fire as they're blasting magic bolts across at her. And in like the very background behind, and that's when you realize that when you look at it real closely, that the name of the band is actually the name of the ship, that airship.
Frippy Jim's battle barge.
Battle balloon.
Battle balloon, that's what it was.
All right. So what do you guys do now? Do you ask Boris to set up this meeting?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You guys wait here.
Awesome.
He walks away, opens another random seeming door, steps in. 5 minutes go by. He walks around the corner of the hallway at the end of the hallway that you just came from. Says, "All right. Good news. She is willing to meet with you guys. Just you and her in the meeting room. Bad news. She's busy today. She'll do it tomorrow."
Okay.
Well, we can come back.
This time tomorrow?
First thing in the morning, she said.
First thing in the morning.
Sunrise.
Understood.
Something about the light being just right to come through the skylight.
Alrighty. Well, we'll be here tomorrow at sunrise.
Great.
Thank you, Boris.
Of course. Hey, anything I can do to help you, stop the end of the world.
Yep.
So what do you guys do now?
How much time do we have left in the day?
It is about lunchtime. It's like midday.
Hey, Boris.
Yep.
Are we allowed to go to the cafeteria and acquire food?
I mean, I guess. It's potato soup. Same it has been for the past month. Let's just say we got a large shipment of potatoes in. He does not look pleased by this, by the way.
Wait, have you guys not, started using prestidigitation? Make it taste different?
Oh, sure. But it's still potato soup in the end. Like it gets annoying to have to deal with that every day. Every day.
Does his eyes look like they're about to burn through my skull when he said it the second time?
Beta says, "This is the life you've chosen when you chose to come to the monastery. You should be happy to have potatoes soup a day." She's from a monastery herself, so she knows what that's like.
Mm-hmm. He gives the impression that this isn't normal. Like normally they've had a more varied diet, but they got an unusually large shipment of potatoes. So for like the past month, it's been potato soup every day. But yeah, if you want some potato soup, I'm sure there's some to be had.
Yes, we shall acquire potato soup.
All right. Yeah, Boris shows you guys the cafeteria. It turns out that's the same room he ran to before. When they barged in, everyone stopped talking, and he was yelling about the end of the world, and he turned it into a chicken.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it's when you realize all that soup they were eating was all potato soup.
Wow, I'm really glad they didn't lunge for Boris as an alternative source of nutrients.
They saw you polymorph him. They do have some standards, and that includes not eating each other.
Yeah, fair enough. Alright, yeah, I guess we go get potato soup and then...
Yep.
Kill time.
Uh-huh. Yeah, you guys sit down. It's like a big cafeteria, just communal tables. One of the acolytes kind of ribs Boris when he sits down with you guys. Like, oh, these guys are ending the world, huh? Well, I'm glad to see the world is still here, huh? Yeah, you get the feeling that they've been teasing Boris about that outburst. Like none of them believed him. They were just more shocked at this random guy, the random group bursting into the cafeteria, yelling about the end of the world, and then turning someone into a chicken. Like that's not normal.
Just Boris seems to be taking it in stride.
Yeah, he's used to it.
That's not normal, but people claiming to be from the future is.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's normal, but we have procedures for people arriving from the future.
Yeah, what are those procedures exactly?
Well, it depends. If they're friendly, we bring them to meet the council. If they're unfriendly, we destroy them with extreme prejudice.
And, how many times has this occurred?
Let's see. I've been here. This is some random halfling time. I've been here about 20 years or so. 2-3 times.
Oh, what were those?
Now
what were those
we don't.
incidences?
Well, so one of the Millennia guys escaped. Teleported himself somehow out of there and ended up ranting and raving about the future coming and mind control, and he was going to burn it all to the ground. Looked like he was trying to transmute the whole mountain into something. I don't know. The way he was talking, he might have been trying to convert it into thermite or something. Anyway, and yeah, when a couple of us acolytes went down there to try to calm him down and figure out what the hell's going on, I always figured it was an experiment gone wrong. He called us all. What was the term? Boris, you remember what did he call us? Boris thinks of it. He says, "Oh, he called us Oh, what was that? Because it was a weird term. It was weirdly specific." Oh, he called us thralls, like vampires or something, had taken us over, and he started chucking fireballs at us. So we took him down hard.
Huh.
Yeah, he claimed he had future knowledge and yada yada yada, and then like I said, trying to kill everyone.
And
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, and the second incident.
Some naked guy teleported into the Athenaeum, into the teleportation circle. Claimed he was the avatar of the goddess Nala, and that he had come from 3 centuries in the future. And he just tried to punch anybody who said anything else. Like, who said anything to the contrary to him, or tried to stop him from just walking into the locked door. We're pretty sure he was just nuts. But rules are rules, so he got disintegrated.
Honestly, based off that description, that might actually been an avatar of Nala.
I mean, maybe, but you would think an avatar of the goddess Nala would be able to take a disintegrate to the face without immediately getting turned to ash. Like, it was like a one shot and done. Like, we were expecting this to be a real big fight, and first disintegrate, just pow, fight's over.
Oh man, that's a bit of an anticlimax.
Right, that's what I said. Like, we don't think he was actually an avatar that was going berserk. It was just some crazy guy. But he claimed to be from the future, and he was hostile, so we killed him. That's the rules.
Do you guys have like a record keeping place accessible with more incidences like this?
I think all the records are kept in the Sentry area. So, no, not accessible. Not for another, like, 70-something years. I don't know. I don't keep close track of the Sentry Gate.
Under.
Mhm.
Arcturus is gonna, I guess we could say, pull a bit of a joke on them. I'd like to use prestidigitation to make some like vaguely magical shit occur.
Okay.
Add a little like popping sound effect, you know, like from casting the spell, and then pretend that I just got back from, you know, reading the logs. Just
Okay.
bullshit them.
All right. Yeah, so you cast prestidigitation. There's some, little firecrackery noises, some sparkles. And what do you tell them?
Oh man, yeah, that Sentry Gate. What a nice party you guys had there. That was good times.
The half-elf looks at Boris. What's he talking about? Boris shrugs.
Shit, didn't work.
You cast prestidigitation in front of 2 wizards.
I know.
Like unfortunately, you don't have subtle spell, so they know you cast prestidigitation. So they're just very confused.
That didn't occur to me until after I said I was doing it, and I'm like, well, fuck. Alright, goofing around aside.
Yeah, you guys eat your potato soup. Boris turns to you as you guys finish. So, is there anything else you need?
Anything else you guys think we need? Guys? Guys.
If we need anything else, no. I think we're ready to go.
All right.
All right, well, Boris leads you back to the teleportation circle out of here. To the entryway. Well, you guys know how to reach me if you need me.
Indeed, indeed. Have a great day.
Hey, you too. And he walks off.
Well, I guess we're gonna wait for that meeting.
Okay, so are you just waiting out the night here, or are you going back to town to sleep in a bed? What are you doing? 'Cause the meeting's not till the morning.
We'll camp outside?
You are aware when I said that this is a cliff, right?
We'll teleport back to town and sleep at an inn?
I mean, it sounds like you're asking me. Like, what? I'm asking you what you're doing.
Yes, we go back to town, sleep in an inn.
Okay. So you teleport back to town and go to an inn. Let's see here. There are 8 inns in Taurosis. The largest of which is the Cracked Spine.
Which is the most reputable?
The Mushy Lobsters.
The Mushy Lobster is the most reputable.
Uh-huh.
Okay, we go there.
Alright. You walk into the Mushy Lobsters. You can see a gold dragonborn behind the bar, doing that stereotypical mug cleaning. And she looks up and says, welcome to the Mushy Lobsters. You don't look like sailors. Or academics.
Both would be correct statements.
So, what brings you to Taurosa?
We're here on... I think the polite word is business with the Anatheum.
Okay. Dealing with the academics. I pity you for that.
Oh? Why is that?
Well, just, watch your ass and try not to get blown up, right?
Fair enough, yeah. We are looking to acquire rooms for the night.
Okay. Well, we have rooms. We also have food and drink.
Excellent. I would like to exchange this money for goods and service.
That is good, because I accept money in exchange for goods and services.
Excellent. Commerce complete.
Are you sure you're not one of the academics?
Not yet.
He's a bit of an academic, I'm not.
So you're his entourage?
Let's go with that.
Okay. Hey, to me, all gold is gold, right? Don't care how you got it, don't care who you are. If you got gold, I will give you a room and food.
Alrighty. And thus the party rested.
Alright, yeah, so you guys, stay the night at the inn. Morning comes. I assume you're eating your breakfast in the, tap room of the inn. It's like eggs and hard bread.
Mm-hmm.
And as you guys are eating your breakfast, a stranger sits down at the table with you. He pulls down the hood of his cloak, and you can see it is an aging elf, all gray hair. And he says, "I hope you pardon the intrusion, but your reputation precedes you, and I have heard of what you are dealing with."
Oh? What is that?
You seek to destroy the undestroyable. You seek, specifically, the demon lord Zugtami.
Mm-hmm. Go on.
Well, I'm Yasher, and I was sent here, well, because I think you might recognize this. And he kind of opens his cloak a bit and shows you a certain ribbon.
I provide a sign.
He provides the countersign.
Do we usually have like a counter sign?
No.
Okay.
He says, "Yes, I see you understand." You see, we've been having our eye on the circle of the eternal flame and their base here in the Athenaeum for quite some time. Tell me, what do you know of demon lords in general?
What do I know of demon lords in general?
I don't know. What do you know?
I don't know. Arcana check?
Sure, make an Arcana check.
I mean, I have a pretty good idea from meta knowledge, but I'm not sure how much of that Arcturus knows.
Yeah.
Lucky.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with the 17.
Okay. So, you know that they come from hell. Like devils, demons come from hell in the Shielded Lands. And you also know that they're incredibly hard, especially powerful ones like demon and devil lords, are extremely hard to destroy permanently. Destroying them in the material plane really just banishes them back to hell. It doesn't actually kill them. And even destroying them on hell really just discorporates them for a time. Powerful enough demons are able to crawl back even from the very edge of oblivion. In time. You sufficiently kill a powerful demon lord. It might take them 1,000 years to come back, but they might come back. That's what you know, generally speaking.
Already?
You also know that Zugtami is a demon lord.
Right. And to my knowledge, 4-in-1, right?
Yes. And you mentioned? Do you mention all this to Yasher?
Yes.
And he nods and says, "Good. Then I don't have to explain a lot to you. So as you know, we in the society are trying to prevent evil from taking over this world. Unfortunately, we are approaching the cusp of a major event in that. And that this evil is coming. And even if you banish And even if, as you believe, that it will appear in 25 days and banish it, it will still come back. We believe, however, that your information is not entirely correct. Taurosis is old, very old, as is the Athenaeum. We believe that it was founded shortly after the fall, like the sea. We believe, based on evidence we found elsewhere, that Zugtami has been here since the fall, and in fact may have caused it.
Oh shit, I swapped places. I swapped their places. Fuck. Hey Goulash.
Yeah.
Here's another 80 copper.
Thank you.
God.
What does this make us now? 4 for 4?
5-0.
5-0. Somebody call the cops.
The reason I'm making contact with you now is we've, finally got word that you were here. We think Zugtami is using the Athenaeum as a base of operations, and that she plans to expand out from here, subtly at first, but then more overtly to take over the world and cover it in fungal death.
Wait, back up. How do you know that? She's not here yet.
We believe she's been here for over 1,000 years.
With Azor, they're proposing that the reason we have Azor now is I unintentionally swapped their positions.
And that doing so caused the fall. They're blaming you, Arcturus, for causing the reversal of the magic flow.
Oh, I gathered.
You see, have you met any of the higher-ups at the Athenaeum? Anybody higher up than an acolyte?
We've met the masters who are veiled.
Indeed. Isn't it telling that they've never shown their faces to anybody but the other masters? Not even the journeymen have seen them, much less the apprentices or acolytes or outsiders. And Grandmaster Damas has not been seen in nearly a century, though they do claim that he is still alive. We believe Zugtami has subverted them. All of them. We believe the Athenaeum is nothing more than a demon-infested hellhole.
And it all makes sense now.
Based on what?
Did you know that the group, where did I put their name? Sorry, just scrolling to the wrong spot. That the Circle of the Eternal Flame, this group of wizards, supposedly working to unravel the secrets of magic and restore the lost secrets of permanence. You've heard of them, correct?
Yes.
Did you know that they report to the Athenaeum? And that they were founded shortly after the fall?
No, although that's not all that surprising.
Indeed. We grew suspicious of their activities in certain regions of the world. And so we quietly acquired a few of their members. And did you know what we found them to be contaminated with?
Spores?
Spores. Specifically, Zugtamies, mind control spores. We believe the higher echelons of the Circle of Flame, which are all Athenaeum academics, were using this cabal to spread her influence, to seed the world with spores. And then at the appropriate time, she could potentially use a confluence of magic, such as someone deciding to pierce the veil between realities, to power them, and to bring them to the forefront. We believe that she has been subtly working on this for some time. Fortunately, these spores appear to be inert except from a command she issues. And our own experimentation, with the help of the Holy See, we believe she can be contained, preventing her from sending the signal. Unfortunately, we have no way to penetrate the Athenaeum. Until you.
So all we have to do is use the Athenaeum's trust in us to get close to wherever she is, and then kill her.
Under?
Mm-hmm.
Actually, what was this guy's name again?
Yasher.
Yasher. Yasher, would you mind if I cast a single spell on you? Just call me paranoid.
You are paranoid, but that's a good thing in this business. What spell?
Mind blank.
On me.
On you.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Alright. I cast mind blank on him.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Yep, I'm doing this specifically because of all that list of stuff that it renders immunity to, such as charmed, divination, really anything that could be altering his mind.
Indeed.
Feel any different?
No. Satisfied?
I'd like to insight check his response.
Sure. Make an insight check.
Lucky. I'll go with an 18.
He does not seem surprised that you wanted to verify his status. He is surprised that you only wanted mind blank. He expected you to be a little more thorough, but he's okay with it.
What would be more thorough than mind blank, or am I misunderstanding something?
He figured you might want to do something like cast Zone of Truth on him.
Oh, I don't have that. Debated you have Zone of Truth. Beta?
I guess not.
No, they only have sleep.
Yeah, and so
Kalash has
I
Zone of
don't
Truth.
I don't have anything that can help.
Well, I mean,
Buffs and heals is all I have. Buffs and heals. Right? Buffs and
all right. Like I said, he's just surprised you guys have gotten so far without having to deal with that. Anyway.
I would consider Zone of Truth a healing spell. It heals trust.
honestly, does it really heal trust? Zone of Truth is built on the concept that there is no trust to be had. Trust is an act of faith in that regard.
Yeah, you're overthinking it.
Anyway,
I mean, with my understanding of Mind Blank, it would sever any kind of charmed or dominating type effects, right?
yes.
Okay. Want to make sure I didn't suffer a horrid misunderstanding of how the mechanics worked.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he continues on after you cast your spell. He's like, the Archbishop dispatched me to bring to you a scroll that we think can stop Zug to me permanently. He pulls out a scroll tube. The scroll tube itself looks to be finely inlaid with the symbol of the Sea of the Masked Gods. This is an untested spell, I should warn you, and one that will require 2 people to cast it. One must understand arcane magic, the other divine. For it is a form of temporal imprisonment that will lock Zugtumi in a time bubble forever. And since she will constantly be locked in a place and time, she will be unable to do anything or even to send the signal, this magical pulse that she would send to take over the world with her spores. Unfortunately, its range is only 30 feet, which means we need a group of people to get close to her and spend the 1 minute casting time to target her with it. Our spies, as far as we've been able to get information out of the Athenaeum, indicate that things get weirder the deeper they go. While the outer areas, the month and the year-long gates, are more or less what they appear to be on their face, just academic research, magical experimentation, and whatnot. As you get into the decade, century, and millennia gates, things get progressively less okay. We've never gotten a spy successfully in and out of the century or millennia gates. And the decade gate spy, we believe, was irrevocably compromised by his time there. The longer you spend inside the Athenaeum, the more it seems your personality, your sense of self seems to bleed away, until you are left a pale husk of a person, as if your very being is being absorbed there. We believe this is Zugtumi's work. We also believe that most likely she is inside the Millennia gate area somewhere, which means you'll need to force your way into there and cast a spell on her to end the threat once and for all.
All right. Inside check.
Sure.
Lucky.
How many of those you got?
3 per long rest, but as I understand, we just got up from one, right?
Yep.
I will accept a 14.
I mean, he seems sincere.
I'm trying to remember at what point I became incapable of trusting any NPC.
I believe it's the fact that every time you have trusted an NPC blindly, it has bitten you in the ass. But this guy appears to be on the level. He's giving you magic scroll. He's telling you where the boss is. And also the fact that your arena development outside of town isn't really necessary. Though it is very metal.
I swear to God, if I have to, I will find a way to use Wish to make that happen. Alright. If he's handing over the scroll, I'd like to cast Identify on it.
Okay. He hands over the scroll. And you cast Identify on it. And it identifies this as a scroll of, let me... Actually, I have it written down on my paper notes, but not in the computer. Let me type this up real quick.
Oh, trust me, I get how that goes.
Let me pull up a quick...
Well, let's see here. So this could... Wait. Under?
Mm-hmm.
So, the shady, mysterious organization that only communicates with call signs, countersigns, the occasional agent interaction, is coming to me asking me to infiltrate the shady academic group because there might be demons involved.
Specifically, they think a demon actually is the founder of the group and has been using it to seed her spores throughout the entire world in preparation of taking it over when you have weakened the veil enough to allow her to do so.
Do people from the Anatheum typically leave?
No, it's okay. You can call it the Anathema now.
Do people from the Anathema typically leave now? Or leave? Like, travel the world?
Yes. Like, people who went in for a few months or a year or so are usually going to it in a form of, as a form of university. It's like the world's only university.
Right. But
the people who've been in there for a decade, not so much. No, that tends to, like, the decade guys. Yeah, they'll occasionally leave and go and serve as like court wizards and advisors and things like that. The century millennia guy, no, not really. That's kind of a permanent posting type deal. Like, those guys all have tenure.
Yeah, they're on the 10-year track.
Man, call me overly paranoid and suspicious, but you know, the society could also... Their old, nondescript origin. They get around a lot. Who can you really trust?
Well, don't worry. These guys have the pantheon behind them. Like, they got the gods behind them. Literally, this is a scroll from what's his name? Archbishop Cyrus the Seventh, the leader of the Sea of the Masked Gods. Like,
the Pope.
Yes, this is essentially a magic scroll that the Pope wrote.
And if I cast True Sight?
Nothing changes.
You know, it just kind of occurred to me how The time travel part wouldn't have mattered, now that I think about it. Because of how, I guess, Hell or the Abyss works, by introducing her in one universe, she's effectively always in that infinite plane of bullshit. Oh, fuck. It's like cross-contamination you can never get out. Fucking demons.
At this point, do you want to just go back to Greyhawk and just live there instead? We already killed her in that dimension. I think we should just give up on this one.
No, what we need is clone.
Oh shit! Wait, no, I haven't even been thinking about that. The knowledge of how to travel between dimensions in the first place came from here.
Mm-hmm.
Which means that if we let her take over, then eventually she'll figure out how to do that. Presumably.
Possibly.
I mean, she already knows it's possible, and she knows we came from here.
Here's the real question. Does Under's Hell, where all the demons live outside of our timeline?
I'm thinking it might.
Because if it does, that means she knows everything we've already done against her.
No, it's not. Time is constant across the multiverse, generally speaking.
Yeah, my concern is that because of how demons and hell work, the moment she was sent to this world, she became connected to this world's hell, and thus, regardless of what we do, she's an infection we can't excise. Unless...
Well, the only two characters I knew that were outside of time like that, the only way they beat them is one was erased from existence, meaning his entire timeline was erased, and the other one's timeline was reset. So could we do either of those things?
Well, there's nothing we can do about her now. All we can do is prevent her from taking over the world, I guess.
But can we use time travel to make this situation worse?
Worse? Yeah, but not better.
Well, what I mean by worse is like, how can we just add more random crazy bullshit to this?
We can go find another demon prince and do the same thing again.
I was thinking more travel back in time to when Zuggtmoy first showed up, because we have Azor, and if we have his shit, so we can use that as a homing beacon and target that location in time.
That won't accomplish anything, though. Like, if I understand how this works, the fact that she ever existed in this timeline means that she will always exist in this timeline, even
Right,
if we
right.
kill her.
So we go back to when she first arrived and pin her right then and there with the scroll.
I don't think that's enough. I think the minute she shows up, she gets, like, baked into this universe's version of hell, and now she's just a permanent
Well, right.
fixture.
That's what the scroll does. It excises her.
Oh. Well, why not just do it now?
Because we can go back to the past and prevent the future that is Zuggtmoy.
Do we know for certain that we can go back to when she first arrived?
I mean, if Tiro shows up, we have Azor.
What does that do?
He's from that time. They swapped places.
Okay, well, I mean, what do you mean from?
He's from before all the cities collapsed.
Oh, okay.
Like before the secrets of permanence were lost.
Right. Do we know where she emerged when that happened?
I'm going to put money on the same place that Azor was.
What is that here? Or do we not know?
I don't. Damn. What have you been cooking under? Ah, yes, the maniacal dungeon master laugh. This bodes well.
This is what Identify tells you.
Okay, what does Identify not tell me?
You wouldn't know that, would you?
Requires 2 people to cast it simultaneously. Why is the other one insight?
The religious nature of it. I wanted it a different stat, but religion is an skill.
Yeah.
So I wanted it to require a different stat than intelligence. Insight made the most sense.
You could have made it a religion wisdom check.
I could have, but most people who have high wisdom are going to be proficient in wisdom scores, not intelligence skills. And I wanted to, because of the high DC, I wanted it to be something that a person with high intelligence would also be proficient in, likely.
Right.
You create a magical restraint that holds a target in range within a looping temporal bubble, which resets every 4 seconds out of a 6-second round. So,
Yep. So every 4 seconds, so when you cast it, the bubble is created, and that's time 0. They can act within that bubble, and then at the end of 4 seconds, they get reset back to the position and state they were in at time 0. Which means that there's actually not enough time for them to actually take an action.
So, Gilbert,
it essentially locks them. It locks them into whatever instant it was that they were trapped as, and they get like a brief moment to do something, and then they're reset every 4 seconds.
I need you to know that this is exactly, in no uncertain terms, what Gold Experience Requiem does.
I have no idea what that is.
No, it's a JoJo thing. It's from the end of Part 5.
So what I'm hearing here
Wow,
is that this scroll is a JoJo reference.
Not on purpose, but it's what it does.
I mean, one's got to be good in Arcana, and the other one is in Insight.
Yep.
And we just have to survive 10 rounds.
Yep. In combat with the Demon Lord. While 2 people are spending their actions casting this spell and concentrating on it.
Well, it'll be Arturus and whoever else
Beta.
we have to cast the spell.
Wait, do you not have insight?
No, Beta dump wisdom.
She's the healer that dumped wisdom. Oh, that's great.
Not even a cleric.
No, my spells are charisma based. She's got a really high charisma, but
Well, you know what? It was intended to be doable by the party. I forgot you were. Let me make this a charisma thing then. Let me do this then. Let me edit this. Because it was designed around the party. Like this is a special thing for this campaign designed around the party. I thought you guys had a wisdom caster.
I'm the closest thing we have to a wisdom caster.
Yeah, but you're also an int caster. So there we go. We'll call it a religion charisma check. So if you're proficient in religion, you can add your bonus to it. But otherwise, it's a charisma.
You should have made it a religion athletics check so that I can cast it.
Originally, it was arcane and
10 rounds.
now it's arcane and muscles.
So it's 10 rounds if so you have to hold this bitch off for 10 rounds while we cast this spell.
Yeah, I can take Sanctity for 10 rounds.
So you fail wisdom save.
This is gonna go bad. Really. We need more people, man. We can't do this fight with just the three of us. The logistics are wrong.
Unfortunately, that's where the campaign is at. We have 3
Mister?
party members.
No goal is impossible.
All right. Let's do this.
Underdark. Here's the other thing, though. Underdark has provided a route and a tool. I highly doubt Underdark would design this where failure is absolute. That being said, we have always, as a group, been good at finding ways to bullshit a victory out of the jaws of defeat.
That's very true.
I can't make it easy on you guys. Come on.
We have survived how many near TPKs in this campaign? And our party still endures. We can beat this fucking fungus.
So we got our backup characters ready, huh?
I don't make backup characters anymore. I intend to win.
Okay. Well, that being said, having handed over the scroll and briefed you guys, Yasher looks at you and says, well, we're all counting on you. Good luck. And he stands up to leave.
He turns around and says, we're all counting on you. Good luck. And he walks off the door.
Yep.
And he comes back in. We're all counting on you. Good luck.
We cast the spell on him.
Nobody caught that reference.
I don't think anyone caught. I think they caught it. They just don't think it was that funny.
Oh.
They didn't like my airplane reference.
I liked it.
I thought it was cool.
I think I was the only person who didn't get it. But now I get it now that I know it's from Airplane.
Guys, I just wait. Under.
As soon as Under said that, I could see Leslie Nielsen in my head saying that and stepping out the door and then stepping back.
Remember when I said he was an older looking elf?
Yeah.
With gray hair?
What would have happened if we would have said Shirley?
Don't call me Shirley.
Underdark, wasn't there a section in Sea of Realities about teaching it to another creature?
Let's not do that. I don't want other people mucking around with the space-time continuum.
No. It's fail-safe.
Let's see. Sea of Realities. No, there was nothing in there that I can recall about teaching it to somebody else.
Is it possible to do so?
Not from a wizard.
It is possible. It would be a considerable undertaking. It would take a long time to convert it and get it into a transferable format that another wizard could understand. Remember, this is something you read off magical tablets in elemental planes that burned its way into your mind and forced itself into existence.
All right.
The real question is, do we want to do this now or do we want to do this before? I imagine before would probably be easier.
What? Okay. I say we do it now. Get it over with. Kill the bitch.
That's not what I meant, and you know it.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, do we want to try to imprison Zugtmoy in the present or in the past?
I feel like the most moral and ethical thing we can try to do is go to the past and try to nip her there.
Just nip it in the bud.
Nip it in the bud.
God, this campaign has turned into Chrono Trigger. We have to go back in time and stop Lavos.
Because right now,
That game was fun.
It was.
our options are limited. Having to travel through the anathema, through each of its gates, fighting who knows what kind of weird, demented horrors that a demon prince has concocted over a millennia. With a party this small and restrictions that tight, we have the advantage of time. We should use it.
Alright, so you're saying we should go back and fight her in the past?
Mm-hmm. I also mean we quite literally have the advantage of time. Ooh. Unless there's something going on here I'm unaware of, we control when the final showdown happens.
Right. Alright, well then why don't we go back to when we think she first emerged, and we'll see if we can make any friends there who can help us out with this. I'm sure there'll be people around. And, yeah, then we just find her, fight her again, and presumably she should be at the same strength she was before. Unless being connected to hell in this world has, like, powered her up or something. Yeah, and then all we have to do is, oh, well, we don't have to hold her down while she's, like, active. We just have to, I mean, we can just defeat her non-lethally.
I suppose. One of the bigger concerns that I have is trying to get the right time travel.
To the right point in time. Well, do we know exactly when Hazor is from?
We'd have to speak with Azor on that. We'd have to find a way to convert. But if she built her lair here in the Anatheum, it stands to reason that that might be where... Wait. The librarian. There's that library near the swamp.
Oh, if we go back there, there'll be information about all those old cities.
Precisely. That library is ancient. We can use the library as our targeting mechanism.
Well, how do we get information that's going to point us to where she, or when she showed up?
I mean, we might not get precise timing. What's important is that we can at least get ourselves near. Or, how should I put this? Sea of Realities allows us to adjust based on... it's more accurate if we have an item. So, simply by going back to the past of an item that currently exists, it puts us in a reality where other items that may have been destroyed can be used to hone in. Am I making sense with that statement?
I think, but we still need to find out exactly when she showed up.
And where.
And where. But it seems like she's managed to keep her existence a secret, so that's not going to be easy.
I'm thinking we should start with the library.
Yeah, maybe
Oh.
there's what?
Oh. That guy referenced having issues with the Anatheum way back when.
Wait, who did?
The guardian of the library.
The Guardian, but he mentioned that before all of this happened.
Why else would he have an issue with the Anatheum?
No, I think you're misunderstanding. He mentioned that in a universe where she had not been retroactively inserted into history yet.
Or was she?
No, that's not how this works. I'm pretty sure.
You sure?
The way this seems to work is that it doesn't, like... We don't experience the effects of the time travel before they happen from our perspective. That would be...
I don't think it would hurt to try.
I mean, I'm
After
not saying
all,
going to the
ancient
library is a bad
library.
idea, but I don't think that guy you spoke to could have possibly been... I don't think what you're describing could have happened.
I mean, if we're heading there anyways to get an item, we might as well as ask.
All right.
After all, we're going to need knowledge to beat Zugmoy. And anything we can get is useful. Under?
Yes.
I'd like to send us to the library.
And how are you doing so?
Teleport.
Okay. Let's see here.
I possess on my person a vial of Hydra blood taken from the Hydra that was once guarding that place.
Okay.
Which I suppose raises a weird question of if that Hydra's still alive and I have its blood.
That is a good question. Alright, so you're casting teleport, fingering this Hydra blood.
Indeed.
Go ahead and roll a d100. Alright, so the journey is especially difficult and tumultuous.
Zugmoy.
Really tumultuous.
Zugmoy.
As you find let's see, so you guys all take 27 points of force damage. As you find yourselves dumped in a dark cave. The growl of a Hydra echoing. And you should roll initiative.
Ah, I know what to do here.
You bitch.
By God, we're gonna get us some XP.
Actually, no, we're not. We already killed this enemy. XP is only awarded for the first defeat. You can't, like... There's no farming in D&D.
But Goulash, by your reasoning, this is a new entity.
I don't know about that.
Alright, now I just need to dig out this guy's stat block. Give me a second. the library. It's actually a really good idea.
Thunder didn't see us doing that.
I did not see you doing this, no.
That's why we have to fight the fucking thing. Because he didn't see us do it.
Oh yeah, all the hags that live in here. Or whatever they are, I forget. They're like zombie somethings. I think they're sea hags, yeah. That sounds right.
Okay. Here it is. Alrighty. Alright, so Arcturus, do you have anything to combat surprise?
Nope.
Alright. It is dark. There's growling. Goulash, do you have anything to combat surprised?
I sure do.
Okay.
Ah, yes, the telefragging has made him angry.
Well, so the thing is, he's at this level, Goulash is raged permanently as long as he's conscious. However, the way the anti-surprise feature works is that he has to spend a rage as a bonus action.
Mm-hmm.
So at this point, rage is just like, it's basically a bonus action dash that I get to use a limited number of times, and I can also spend it on this.
Yep. I assume you choose to spend it and not be surprised.
I choose to spend it and not be surprised.
Uh-huh.
All right.
Do you have dark vision?
I sure don't.
Okay. Well, it is pitch black in here.
Yep. Navigating by sound, do I think I can find the Hydra?
Yes. You hear the growling, so you know where its heads are.
All right. Mechanically speaking, do I think I could knock one of the heads prone in order to achieve the prone condition, or would that not work?
You think that since all the heads are kind of coming from the same direction, that you could probably bull rush into that place and just knock whatever it is prone and then pound on it?
All right. So, usual MO.
Yep.
All right. I'm going to run in there and try to do that.
Okay. It is larger than you. It is, in fact, considered gargantuan.
Oh, man. That's big.
Yeah. Yeah, and you guys got teleported into its lair.
Actually, I think if it's gargantuan, it's more than a size larger than me, so I straight up cannot do this.
Okay. So you basically run into it, and thud, it's bigger than you are, and it does not fall prone.
Yep. Although, actually, I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. I already used my bonus action. I couldn't do that anyway.
Fair enough.
Yep, then we're just going to attack it.
Okay, you are at disadvantage because you are technically blinded.
Yep, we're going to not be at disadvantage.
Okay, you are reckless.
Yep. Yeah, see here it doesn't matter because I can't see it, so it would already have advantage. Oh, whoops, that should be disadvantage. So that's a 17, a 27, and a 21.
All hit.
Nice. .43 magical slashing. God,
Okay.
I love having just ludicrous amounts of flat damage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you just start ripping and tearing. One of the 5 heads dies.
Cool. And wisdom save.
Okay.
That does not pass. "16 psychic damage.
Okay, yeah, you just rip and tear into this thing.
Additionally, because I spent a rage this turn, we now get an additional thing.
Oh. I'm curious, what additional thing do you get?
Alright, so Arcturus and Beta each get this benefit. Actually, wait here, let me reread this. Oh, and I get it myself, because it doesn't say I can't give it to myself. So yeah, myself and Arcturus and Beta each get this benefit, which is that when they hit a creature with an attack, they deal an additional d6.
Oh, good.
That's a once per turn, though.
Ah, alright. Well, there is one thing I forgot. As you slash into this thing, its acidic blood sprays all over the place.
Ah, yes, 3 attacks.
Yep, 3 attacks. They all hit, so 2 forces. So, all 3 of you are within the spray and take 32 points of acid damage.
Jesus!
It's 2d8 each. Huh?
2d8 each. Anything else in your turn, Goulash?
Yep, I need to roll that d6.
Okay.
It's 3 magical slashing damage.
You deal 3 magical slashing damage to it again?
Yep, that was as part of the attack that I made.
Ah, okay.
Yep. And let's see. Oh, the other thing that happens when I do that is I get 15 temp HP, which is going to reduce some of that damage I just took.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else?
No, that's going to be it.
All right. Beta, do you have anything to prevent surprise?
Yes, I do.
Oh, what do you have?
Beta has the alert feat.
Excellent. So you land and immediately see this Hydra. It also appears to be
Also has
alert.
dark vision. So
Go ahead.
she also has dark vision. So
Great, you can see it. Yeah, looks like you're in a cave. A swampy-looking, smelly cave.
all right. Well, I've seen Goulash take off into the thing, right?
Oh, yeah, he just walked like right into the thing and just started pounding.
All right. Well, first thing I'm going to do is point up there and cast light. Light the cave up
Mm-hmm.
to the monster. Kind of shoot it over the monster so the monster lit up.
Yep. Yeah, the whole cave is lit up.
And then I am going to action surge and start blasting.
All right, roll to hit. That misses. Was that guiding bolt?
Yeah. Lost
Yep.
the first spell slot. Yeah.
Yep. Part of the wall is now glowing.
It's a bonus action. I can't cast anything because I've already cast a level spell. Goulash hasn't been hit yet by the monster. Well, yeah, he has.
He has, but he's mostly okay.
Yeah, 32 points of damage. That didn't hurt me, so.
Yeah, assuming you both accepted that benefit he gave you, he actually got some health back because he gained 10 HP from doing that.
Oh, okay. Well, then, yeah, so yeah. So I'm done. Sorry.
All right.
Yeah, I'm done.
All right. At the start of the Hydra's turn, 2 heads spring out of the dead one. So now has 6 heads. And it looks to have healed a little bit, having done so. And it's rather furious at Goulash. So it's going to rip and tear. Oh wait, it has advantage.
It should. And not just from Reckless.
Well, no, just from Reckless, because there's light now. Beta casts a light cantrip.
Alright then.
So, 26, 29, 29, 22, 22, 16.
Those are all hits except for the 16.
Alright, so 5 hits. This is a total of 90 points of non-magical piercing damage, as it just
Nice.
bites you 5 times. Good thing you're resistant to it, right?
Yep.
Alright, Arturus, you have recovered from your surprise.
Alright. The Hydra's gonna get real slow. Casting slow.
Okay. Is that a party-friendly AoE?
Yes.
Oh, good.
I love slow.
It is real slow.
Plus, it really kind of plays into the ability to manipulate time.
Mm-hmm. Fucking chronomancers.
God, I love Arcturus. Alright, yeah, so he's real slow. I'm gonna back up a bit.
Okay. He does not get an attack of opportunity.
How far away is he?
He was 5 feet from you. How far do you back up?
Oh, my full movement speed. I'm getting the fuck out of here.
What's your full movement speed?
30 feet.
Alright, yeah, as you back up, you get about 20 feet. As the ground gets swampier and swampier, the light gets lighter and lighter as you realize you're heading towards the exit of the cave. But it is now difficult terrain, so you can only go 5 more feet.
How deep am I?
Up to your knees.
Yeah, that'll do.
Alright. Goulash.
So I can see now.
You can see now.
Nice.
The rain has come.
Alright. Let's see. Do I think there's anything I could do to mitigate this acid getting all over me?
Being further than 5 feet away from it. Unless you can only spray for about 5 feet around.
Ah. And that's around from its whole body. I couldn't just, like, attack the tail or something.
If you hit its tail from within 5 feet of it, that tail's going to spray out 5 feet around and hit you with the acid.
Interesting.
It's basically its blood.
Okay.
It's got that alien acid blood. So if you're breaking its skin, like with piercing or slashing, you're going to get sprayed. Bludgeoning probably wouldn't do it.
Alright, well, we're just gonna have to take it then. I'm gonna keep doing what I'm already doing.
Okay, you recklessly attack. Roll to hit.
No, not that one. Yeah, I'm not gonna reckless it.
Okay.
You are in. Yeah, you can't see because
Because of the light.
of the light.
Actually, here, I might do something else. I need to go look at a rule.
What's the question?
I'm trying to remember the rules for climbing onto a creature.
If I recall, it's in Tasha's, isn't it?
Yep. This is in the DMG now, actually. I'm not sure if it was always there. Let's see. Oh, this is sort of like a leave it up to the DM thing.
I mean, it's all leaving it up to the DM. What page is it on?
DMG 271.
Let me just take a quick look at it. Yeah, sure, why not?
Okay, so that's the as an alternative, large opponent can be treated as terrain.
Yeah, so you can make a strength athletics or dexterity acrobatics check contested by his acrobatics to try and cling to him.
Right. And is size going to give me disadvantage on this, or are we not doing that?
Not for this. Because this is about you trying to like climb up onto him, not trying to grapple him.
Yeah, this is designed to like be in a way where him being larger than me is not as much of an obstacle.
Right, like this. You don't actually grapple him with this check. You are clinging to him, which gives you advantage on your attack rolls, and you move with the target. So if he moves, you do too.
Yep. All right, I think I successfully managed to grab on.
You do. You just grab onto him. You know the six heads are now all snapping at you. He's real slow.
Okay. I would like to. Now that I'm climbing onto it, I'd like to climb onto its back behind the heads.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to continue my assault.
Okay.
From the back.
Well, you have advantage then. Well, it says you use your action to do that, so.
Oh, that's my action?
Yep.
God damn it, I wasted my double net 20.
Yep.
Oh well.
Alrighty. Well, anything else?
But wait, no, where does it, Oh yeah, I guess it would be...
The small creature uses its action to make a strength athletics or dexterity acrobatics check. Contested. If it wins, you successfully move onto it. So, you use your action, you successfully climbed onto it. Your future attacks will be at advantage, but you don't have an action this round.
Oh, okay.
So, anything else on your turn? You still have a bonus action.
Well, I don't get to attack with my bonus action. So, no, that's it.
Okay. Beta.
Well, how are you doing, Goulash?
He's actually doing okay health-wise.
Okay. Then if you're
doing
doing... Him, but... You could use some healing?
He could be healed. He doesn't need it, though.
Well, if it's not dire straits, then I'm going to blast a monster instead of healing Goulash.
I wouldn't want you to waste your money for nothing.
Yeah.
Damn it, I'm just sad I wasted that amazing roll.
Yeah, it's too bad. Two hits, Beta.
$15 points of force damage.
Alright, yeah, you just start blasting at him. He looks hurt. Anything else?
No, that's it.
Alright, this guy. Well, he is, let's see, he's 10 feet away from Beta. He's a 15-foot reach. Given he can't really turn his heads around to attack Goulash, he's just going to snap out at Beta. So slow, if I recall, is a single attack. At... Okay, so there's no effect on the attack itself. Alright, does a 25 hit Beta?
I can shield and so it'd be no.
Okay, yeah, you shield against it. At the end of its turn, it does get a wisdom save. I don't think an 11 passes, so it remains slow. Arcturus, it is your turn. You are 25 feet away from this guy.
I am. Well, I'm currently concentrating. I don't suppose its heads count as separate targets, do they?
Nope.
Bummer. Alright. So, if my spell sheet would load. You know, I have a question. Do I have an angle where I would be able to, say, place a large ball of pyrotechnics without hurting party members?
No. Goulash is on the back of this thing.
Mhm.
What are you trying to hit him with?
That spell that you guys keep bitching about me not having.
Fireball?
Yeah.
No, hit him with it. He'll be fine.
Fireball!
Alright, I need deck save from this guy, Goulash, and Beta. Is slow disadvantage? -2 penalty. Okay.
Oh, well, there's another net 20.
Beta also rolled a nat 20 on her save. So we
Yeah.
both jumped out of the way of this fireball.
Yeah.
This thing just... No, he was on the back of it, and he managed to dance through the flames as it's coming off the back of it.
No, you know that thing that this doesn't actually happen in real life, but like, you know, fucking Tom and Jerry, whenever like a cat gets like really scared or something, they jump up onto the ceiling and like cling onto the ceiling. You know what I'm talking about?
Yep.
Yeah, he just does that and then drops back down,
Nice.
completely avoiding any damage.
Yep. Alright. Yeah, you can see that one of the heads dies as a result of that.
How's the whole thing looking?
It is looking hurt. Not yet bloodied. Anything else?
No.
Goulash?
All right, now that I'm properly on this thing's back, I am going to begin attempting to rip its heads off from behind.
Okay. You do that by attacking the heads then, so roll to hit.
Yep.
You have advantage as a result of your cleanliness. Those will all hit.
Nice. $47 magical piercing. Or slashing, not piercing.
Alright, so you do that, tearing another head apart,
Yep. And take a bunch of damage.
and you and Beta will both take a bunch of damage.
Oh, Beta, did you remember to use your d6 that I gave you?
No?
As both you and Beta take 23 points of acid damage as its acidic blood sprays all over the place.
Alright, there's the extra d6. Yeah, all of you have a once per turn extra d6 of damage that you can deal when you hit with an attack.
Was that a spell attack, or...?
Any attack.
Oh.
And this guy does look bloodied. Anything else, Goulash?
Yep, 1 second. Alright, I'm going to need 3 wisdom saves because I remembered for however many times I've forgotten and then remembered this, that it's per attack, not per turn. So, yeah, 3 wisdom saves.
Okay. 3, 8, 14.
Those all fail. $34 psychic damage.
Okay, yeah, this thing is looking to be on the verge of death.
Alright, I'm done.
Alright, Beta.
Distance to go. How you doing, Goulash?
He is not bloodied yet.
Okay. Well, Beta is bloody. So. How far out of range is Beta from this guy?
10 feet.
10 feet. She's going to back up
Okay.
10 feet.
As you back up past the 15-foot mark, it takes an attack of opportunity.
Even when it's... Oh, it's not slow no
Does
more?
hold on. Does slow remove its reaction? It does. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Yep. Never mind. No attack of opportunity.
Yay! And I am going. How far back is? No, he ain't been hurt yet.
Arturus is 25 feet from the monster, so he'd be 15 feet behind you.
Okay. I'm just gonna cure myself then.
All right. As you back up to 20 feet.
Yeah. $26. Okay.
All right. Anything else?
No.
All right. At the start of its turn, 4 more heads appear. It now has 8 heads. And it appears to heal some amount. It is still bloodied, however, though it no longer appears to be close to death.
It has 8 heads and 1 attack.
I'm aware.
Oh, I know. I just love that about Hydras and slow.
Mm-hmm.
Heads are just slowly bobbing like.
Yeah, it's got this itch on its back that it has really no means to deal with, so it's just going to waddle forward and try to bite Beta. Does a 21 hit Beta?
Negative.
All right. Do you have to shield that?
No, I do not.
Excellent. All right. Well, that's all it gets. Always gets a wisdom save. Does a 15 pass? Gilbert, what's your DC?
Oh, 18.
Okay. Well, Arturus, it is your turn. It's still Slow Boy.
Indeed, just slow boy.
Of course, you also realize it's now 10 feet away from you. So it walked up to Beta because it only had to move 20 feet for that.
If
But
that thing
look
gets
at-
any closer, you're going to start taking damage from it when it takes damage.
Yeah. I'm gonna use the amazing magical wizard magic of Misty Step.
Okay. You Misty Step. You're going the full 30 feet back?
Mm-hmm.
All right. You appear at the mouth of this cave. The scent of the swamp, filling your nostrils. And the buzzing of bugs. All but gone as they run away from the big monster coming.
Yep.
Behind you,
So,
about 100 feet away, you can see the outline of the sunken library off in the distance.
Oh, sweet. Well, in that case, with a sweeping strike of my my staff, I will fire a bolt of fire out at it. The Hydra, not the library.
Okay. Roll to hit. That hits. Alright, you heard it. It is still bloodied. Anything else?
Nope, just that.
Alright. Goulash.
Alright. Yeah, gonna keep attacking.
Alright. Well, roll to hit. As, you keep tearing at heads and more heads keep popping up.
Yeah, it's like whack-a-mole, but way more visceral.
Mm-hmm. Oh, those all hit.
Yeah, what the hell, we'll just roll this into my attack.
Might as well.
There we go. 48 magical slashing.
Alright. Yeah, as you just tear into this thing, Hydra blood goes everywhere. Again, splashing you and Beta.
We've been playing for so long that I can now recognize the "you killed it." All right.
Yep.
You don't even have to say anything after that. I just hear, "All right."
Yep. Yeah, so you and Beta Bolt take 20 acid damage as you tear one of its heads off, and its cardiovascular system finally cannot keep up with these extra heads. It passes out and dies.
I find it interesting that that's why it died.
Blood loss.
Yep. Not even blood loss, but that its body just became too large in proportion to the amount of blood that's inside it.
Well, remember, every time you're hurting it, more blood's leaving it, so it's got less blood to go to more heads.
Yeah. And also, the heads are larger, but the heart stays the same size.
Yep, the number of heads grows, so the number of big organs it has to feed keeps increasing.
And the heart is also slow.
Yep. Yeah, you guys just murdered this thing. Again.
Is it just me, or was it bigger this time?
No, it's the same size.
Huh.
Don't mean tougher?
I think we might have just forgotten that it was gargantuan the first time.
Last time you guys fought it outside, so that's probably why you had a lot more room to move around.
We did? I thought we fought it in the cave last time.
No, last time you fought it just outside the library. It was guarding it.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
But it is dead, and you guys are out of initiative.
Didn't I solo it last time or something? Or am I thinking of a different fight?
Yeah, you basically soloed it. I hid next to the force barrier and just kept it slowed while you ripped the door.
Right. Oh, well, it was still slow. And hey, look what happened this time.
It was soloed again?
No, I mean, Beta did some damage, but I think it was mostly me. And you hit it with a fireball. Alright, well, yeah, we killed the Hydra. Do we want to go to the library?
I'd like to spend my vacation at the library.
You should pick up a rock, because that might be more reliable than Hydra blood.
I mean, yeah, I'm still going to get me some of this Hydra blood, though.
Yeah, get that too, but get a rock. Like a small stone.
I'd like to juice this thing.
Okay. You begin juicing the thing. Given the amount of blood it has left, you can probably get 4 vials of acid out of this thing.
I wonder if I could juice myself with Hydra blood. Make myself regenerative.
Alrighty. You know what? I have a chance to get my clothes back. Underdark, I'm gonna get out of this stupid, uncomfortable squirrel leather.
Okay.
And I'm gonna fabricate me my Hydra poncho again.
Right. Yeah, you cast Fabricate, and once again, you feel the familiar weight of your Iron Scale Hydra clothes around you.
Ah, yes, my Hydra poncho. Hell yeah.
Yep, this one you hopefully won't lose to the Astral Sea.
And
Was that worth it? Was it worth it?
You got XP. That, and we're starting to think, crafty-like. Ah, yes, I see the Demon Lord has had millennia to prepare her evil fortress of evil. Fuck you, we're gonna time travel to before you had your fortress. So, shall we go in?
Sure.
Alright. Yeah, as you guys wade your way through the swamp. Approaching the entrance to the sunken library, you see this translucent, visible bubble covering the library and its entrance.
Well, I guess I'll approach the front door.
Uh-huh. You see a familiar-looking corridor leading 25 feet into a T intersection.
Is the shimmering field that keeps us out still up?
Yes.
I pull out a copy of Seminole Faction text.
Okay.
And I'll use that as the offering to get in.
Alright, yeah, you walk through the bubble holding your book.
Well, come on, guys.
All right, let's all go to the library.
Yep. And as you guys enter the library for the first time, for the second time, we will call it here for the evening.
For the